Check, check, check.
Yeah, I need that one. It's about the top one.
This, I have mine on. Hit it.
We'll go ahead and get started in just a moment.
Good afternoon, everyone. I guess I should gavel everybody again. Watch this. See how quiet everyone gets? Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's public hearing of the Education Committee. I am Senator Mukori, and I'm here with my co-chair, Representative Curry from the great town of East Hartford. Before we get started, we might have some remarks from the great Representative Curry, then my ranking members. Then I'll give you guys the rules for today, and we can get started. How about that? That sounds good. I see everybody nodding yes. Okay, Representative Curry,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Just a reminder for our members on the committee, we did hold votes open until the start of this, but we will adjourn the public hearing, reconvene our regular meeting at the end of the public hearing to allow those who still have not yet voted to vote before we close out the day. Looking forward to hearing testimony today from everyone. Thank you.
Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Just a point of reference, if you will, for the record. The desk is very empty right now because some of our colleagues are involved in multiple meetings and public hearings and screenings and whatnot that are going on. So please do not take the absence of members of this committee as a lack of interest in your testimony. I can't speak for everyone else, but I actually go back and listen to all of your testimony through our recordings. I will be stepping out momentarily myself, but again, please, it's not a sign of disrespect to any of you in the room. We just have lots and lots of stuff going on in this very consolidated and short session. So those of you that are here to testify today, thank you for being here. We do look forward to hearing what you have to say. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And thank you for those words. I'm just going to inform the public, at the beginning of our hearing, usually within the first hour, we have public officials, probably representatives, congressmen, everybody else who wants to come in and testify. We give them the opportunity to testify. But as before, for the rest of the public, the public is provided 3 minutes for your testimony. You have 3 minutes for your testimony. We have over 95 people who signed up to come testify before the Education Committee, and we want to make sure we had every last one of them because their words are important. And like my colleague said, we listen to this testimony afterwards. So therefore, you will be provided 3 minutes. And then when you at the 3-minute mark, you will hear a bell go off. And it sounds a little something like this. Let me make sure I see it. Oh, it's better than that. You'll hear it. So once you hear that, once you hear that beep, you should be concluding your testimony. The next words out your mouth might begin with, well, in conclusion. And as I finish any of those words you learned in English, I would like to summarize all those great terminologies that you learned on what's that program you learned early in the morning? What did we learn when you was a little kid? Okay. That one. So I'm speaking a little longer so the bell can go off. You can hear it. So 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's that. All right. All right. So we can begin. The first person up today, we're going with, is this Sean Scanlon? Sean Scanlon. Hey, Comptroller. Good morning. Or good afternoon. I'm sorry.
I don't want to hear that bill, Senator. I'm anxious just thinking about it. Good morning, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, members of the committee. Thank you for having me today. I know I got a long agenda, and I've been a chair, so I'm going to be brief and quick, and hopefully we can get you on to the next person. I am here this morning, gentlemen, on behalf of HB 5368, which is an act concerning paraeducators. Quite simply, last year, I got a phone call late in the session asking me whether or not our office would be willing to work on creating a program in which we would help subsidize the costs of paraeducators' health insurance. Paraeducators, as everybody on this committee knows, are the lowest paid workers in our state doing the hardest jobs in our state. And I was honored to say yes. Over a few weeks last summer, my office worked very hard to contact every school district in our state, find out exactly how many paras they had and what kind of insurance they were offered. And as an end result of that, we worked collaboratively with a bunch of different stakeholders, put together the most equitable distribution plan of that money. And we created a program that helped over 4,200 paras across the state of Connecticut. We're here today to testify in favor of re-upping that program for another year to continue helping those 4,200 paras. But we're also here today to testify asking to help an additional set of paras that we did not help last year that we're hoping to help this year. The way to explain this quite easily is that there were 4 categories of paras that we learned through our survey last year. The first are paras that are offered health insurance by their school district, but are on high deductible health plans. That's the 4,200 people we helped last year and want to help again this year. The second category were paras that do get offered health insurance through their school district, but they are on traditional copay plans. There are 2,200 people in that pool. We're asking this year to help those folks. The second or the third and fourth groups were paras that are offered health insurance by the school district, but they don't take it because they may be on somebody else's insurance. They don't want it. And finally, there are about 1,200 paras in the state who don't get offered insurance at all through the school district. So what we're hoping to do here is help every single para who is offered health insurance by their school district with some form of a subsidy. And we can do that, Mr. Chair, through passage of this bill. And I'm hoping that you will see through that and make sure that that's passed this year. Because it truly is an honor for our office to work with these paras to make sure that they get the help that they need to afford their health insurance. Proud of the work we did to help the 4,200, but this year I'm hoping that we can combine that with the other 2,200 and help about 6,400 people working every single day very hard in each one of our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. And I also want to thank you personally for stepping in towards the end of the session last year to provide this quality service for our state of Connecticut. We know they do a great deal of work in our schools. Many times our schools and our teachers can't function without them. We know we do not pay them enough. So anything we can do to benefit their lives and help them, especially with health insurance, is extremely important. Again, I want to thank you for your efforts. And like you said, this bill can continue that effort for more parents to get the supports, health insurance that they need as we move forward through this session. So again, thank you again for your leadership in this in this endeavor. And I'll see any of my colleagues have any questions or comments. Representative Curry.
Yeah, I'll just echo my good co-chair's comments and really appreciate your work on this. It's always nice to have a member of the executive branch having past experience in the legislative branch to fully understand the process and exactly what this means to those who are impacted most. I hope that we can continue these conversations and build and expand upon this and find a way in which we can get our paras away from these predatory high deductible health plans and hopefully into more of the Connecticut Partnership Plan to hopefully save them and our municipalities and boards of education money. So thank you for your continued partnership, and we look forward to working with you on it.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I just want to echo the compliments to you and to our co-chairs regarding this great effort that we're making to make sure high deductible plans are recognized for what they are. They're just a way to collect a premium and not really provide the care. So I can't tell you how pleased I am to hear about the bill and your comments. Thank you so much.
Any more questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again, Comptroller Scanlon, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, everybody.
Next up, we have the Commissioner of Education, Charlene Russell Tucker.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. I am Charlene Russell Tucker, Commissioner of the Connecticut Department of Education. I am pleased to have the opportunity to provide you with testimony today regarding one bill on your agenda, HB 5348, an act concerning paraeducators. I would begin by echoing what was just said by our Comptroller by emphasizing that our paraeducators are an integral part of the education ecosystem. They work closely with our teachers and other professionals to provide critical supports to our students with unique and diverse needs. Without the vital support they provide for our students and the added capacity they afford our teachers, many classrooms across the state would not be able to function effectively. You have my written testimony, so I'll address a few highlights here, and then you can refer to my full comments. Section 12 of this bill last session, the General Assembly passed Public Act 23-160, which requires CABE to convene a working group to review the growing numbers of mandates placed on the department and on local and regional boards of education. By January 1, 2025, the working group will submit a report to the committee that includes their recommendations for mandate relief. We would caution against adding additional mandated training requirements for teachers before the report has been submitted. In Section 25, we support the provision of professional development for paraeducators. Currently, the department has an allocation of $1.8 million in Federal American Rescue Plan aid to support the 18 hours training requirement for local districts to provide to paraeducators that was passed in the last session. The department has collaborated with many stakeholders, including the Paraeducator Advisory Council, to develop a specific plan for the use of those funds to address its implementation at the local level. Again, I ask that you please look at my written testimony for additional remarks on the remaining sections. Thank you, as always, for providing us with an opportunity to offer testimony on this bill, and we look forward to working with members of the Ed Committee and the entire General Assembly throughout the remainder of the legislative session. With that, happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. And again, thank you for recognizing, I'm sure you understand the importance of paraeducation. I don't want to diddle what I said before, but it's very important that we do provide our paraprofessionals the supports they need, the hard work they do with a multitude of students in our school districts. They do everything. I'm a 34-year education. I know how important it is to have para education in our school systems. I don't have any questions. Do anyone else on the committee? My colleague, Representative Curry.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
The previously allocated the $1.8 million, I think that we had in the ARPA or ESSER dollars for the para educators. Is there any sort of plan that the State Department of Ed currently has for spending that money?
Yes, so thank you for that question. And yes, we do. As I mentioned before, and I know Brian Klimkowitz is here, who is leading that work for us. I've worked with different stakeholders to come up with a plan. There's kind of three buckets that we will be using the resources for: a stipend, our grant to our LEAs to use for paraeducator training at the local level. We're also developing some training modules for paraeducators addressing like Paraeducator 101 and the work we know that they need. I've heard from paraeducators that they're really excited, waiting for that training to be rolled out. And we're also looking at statewide access to other online trainings that they can access, training on social emotional behavior support, trauma-informed practices, and those kinds of things, which we know they desperately need and they're looking for. And so we're working on that and actually working with OPM to get those resources delivered so we can get it out in the field.
Excellent. So they're allocated, just not spent yet.
That's right.
Perfect. All right. Well, no, it's good to know that that's also happening within agencies, and it's not only municipalities and boards of education who have money that is sitting there and that is budgeted, but just not unspent yet. So we appreciate that. I don't have any other questions, but I would note, you know, we are very privileged as the Education Committee to have the Commissioner of Education and other commissioners of cognizance come before us. And while we may not sit here as other committees do and kind of spend hours on hours with our commissioners, we know we have access to them unlike any others in this building. And so we appreciate your partnership outside of these particular rooms. But we know that the work continues and that it is done in a collaborative fashion, but that we definitely take the time to focus at public hearings for the public to be able to provide their testimony and to hear from them. So just want to make sure that everybody is very clear on that. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, again, thank you and have a great afternoon.
You as well. Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Commissioner Beth Bye from the Office of Early Childhood.
Good afternoon. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Beth Bye. I'm the Commissioner of the Office of Early Childhood. I think we all agree on the importance of the first 5 years of life, helping children develop and also be ready for school. The governor and you also done a Blue Ribbon Panel Plan, which listened to some of the challenges around the state. And that was informed by thousands of providers, parents, businesses, and other residents. I'm here to testify on House Bill 5346, which would deposit unexpended school readiness and child daycare funds into the Early Education Fund. These funds are not in the governor's budget, so we cannot testify in support of that. Section 4 would require DAS to conduct a study about the availability of state property for the provision of early childhood programs. Because this is for DAS, we defer to our sister agency and their testimony in this case. Section 5 requires OEC to conduct a study of the feasibility of issuing an early childhood teacher credential to include individuals with experience in non-traditional childcare settings and informal care. The governor's bill, which I believe passed out of committee today, does some work realigning staff qualifications. So the ECTC would no longer be a credential of value in Connecticut. And OEC is spending a lot of effort getting credentials simpler and easier for individuals in formal licensed care. We care about the quality of early childhood everywhere, but it's much harder to know about what the experiences of individuals who are working in unregulated and unlicensed settings. We have proposed changes to simplify the pathway to be a qualified staff member. We're happy to meet with committee members on this. I also want to testify on Senate Bill 286. Section 1 of the bill would require that early childhood staff be paid based on the compensation schedule that OEC developed in reaction to Public Act 1961. We did develop this compensation report, and we think it's a good report. But early childhood, 70% of the programs are private programs. This would be asking private programs to follow a state compensation schedule for its workers. And it would also be asking state-funded programs, which the state limits the amount of funding that programs get to less than the full cost of quality that would allow these wages to be paid. So we appreciate the intent of this legislative proposal. You've all heard me say 100 times I got involved in policy as part of a worthy wages movement. But this could really price parents out of the market and put small businesses out of business by requiring it without the funding to do that. In Section 2, about presumptive eligibility for childcare workers, we really believe that many, almost I could say most early childhood educators would qualify for the child care certificate program, and that presumptive eligibility for all early childhood workers could end up pushing other low-wage workers out of the system because there's a limit on the number of spaces. And one unexpected thing we learned during COVID is that as soon as OEC made special, like we provided childcare to healthcare workers, very soon first responders said, we're working too, and we need this. And teachers said, when we go back, we need this. And so with all good intentions, we think this could lead to many other industries saying we deserve presumptive eligibility as well and are concerned. Section 3 addresses licensed family child care incubator model. We are in full support of the family child care incubator. We have asked that this be capped at 20 programs while we figure out the regulatory structure and the success it has launching childcare businesses, because it is asking for a new framework for regulation. So that would be our ask there. And we're very excited that we got our first licensing application from a family childcare incubator that started in this committee in New Britain, and really I want to close by thanking Tracy Madden Hennessy at the YWCA of New Britain for her vision, and also to the other communities that are launching these. We think it's a great way to build the workforce and build childcare capacity. That ends my testimony.
Thank you. And I also just want to add to the incubator program. I think is great. It's a great way to start a small business. It's a need that's extremely out there, and I'm glad that we took that effort to make that a reality. And real quickly, in regards to your compensation scale, that was created by a combination of who all, and is it something that we're asking our private providers to use in their efforts also?
Yes, this committee passed a bill asking OEC to develop a compensation schedule that would get early childhood teachers paid at what they deserve to be paid. It is, you heard Comptroller Scanlon say that paraprofessionals are not paid and don't have benefits as that are as good as other professions. I would say early childhood providers on average probably rank behind paraprofessionals. We have a real problem with even people with bachelors leaving early childhood jobs to go to the public schools as paraeducators for the benefits and hours, et cetera. So it's definitely the compensation scale is a goal, and the Blue Ribbon panel worked with that to have a 5-year goal to get there, but the rates need to come up, and we need some more support from the federal government to get there. For example, the Build Back Better bill that was a childcare bill would have worked toward this, but that did not pass.
Thank you again. Thank you for your testimony.
Yep.
Here we go. Education starts before they come to preschool, before they come to kindergarten.
Absolutely.
And we need the best and the brightest in those classrooms at a very early age, working with our young people. So I have no more questions. Any questions from my colleagues? Rep. Curry? No?
Yep.
Yeah. Rep.
Thank you for your
Curry.
testimony today.
Sure.
And just to clarify, the first section that was included in the bill was simply there to allow for a robust, hopefully, discussion throughout the public hearing process to be able
Absolutely.
to hear from providers, and no kind of ill intent to force something upon anyone. that wasn't going to be manageable. So just wanted to make sure to clarify that.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Representative Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for all of your great work. And as you know, we sit around the table with amazing providers every week, trying to solve all of the problems when it comes to early childhood education. And compensation, I just wanted to thank you for understanding and supporting the fact that this is something that absolutely needs to happen.
Absolutely.
And I'm appreciative that you brought light to the conversation, that we have people leaving this industry to take a job that might pay even less, if you can believe that, for the benefits. So I want to thank you for bringing that up. And if we can do anything to move that 5-year path much faster, as you know, our industry is in dire straits of early childhood. And we know that this is the one industry that affects all arenas of our life, regardless of age. And I think that our committee has taken a commitment to ensuring that, but we cannot pit one educational component against another educational component, because if we don't start with the foundation, as the good senator just said, we don't have anything else later. They're just catching up with the behinds. Also wanted to just address briefly the licensing component and about putting people on maybe the same playing field and making sure that there's no disparities in that regard. Could you elaborate just a little bit on some of the things that we've been dealing with in the past that makes us or brings us to that point right now, on why we're doing that?
Why we want to bring more programs into the regulated system?
Yes.
Sure. Well, it is fairly complex. I have Liz Proietti, who is the head of licensing, so if we get into details, she can come up. But basically, there are all kinds of sort of frameworks that people try to develop to get around licensing regulations. And the licensing regulations limit the number of children to teachers, limits the class size, make sure that something as simple as the water's not too hot, so kids are going to get scalded. Like the basic health and safety is overseen by one unannounced visit each year. And Connecticut really should be proud of that. So that's thousands of visits a year that the providers don't know when we're coming, where they're regulated. But there are, various schemes is not the right word, but ways that groups try to get around regulation. And the more kids in unregulated care, the less we know about the health and safety. And even our hands are tied, because all we can do if they're not regulated and there's a problem is call DCF if there's abuse or neglect. But that's a pretty low bar for unregulated programs.
I thank you for clarifying that, because I know that we've had several requests for exemption of licensure for a variety of different age groups. And I think it's vitally important that we recognize that we could be putting children in harm's way with all good intention of that organization.
Absolutely.
So as we sit here and we look at, after school programs, and I know if I say the word camps, people are going to freak out. So that's really not what I want to do. But to understand that this is a vitally important conversation to ensuring the safety and well-being of our children. So limiting those workarounds would be, we're greatly appreciative of that. And we hear that every week in that group. And so I just wanted to make sure that they know that their voices are heard, and I brought it to their attention.
Yeah, and Representative Cook, just one quick thing that we talked about on the Children's Committee that I think is important for this committee to know, that one nexus to help bring people into the licensure system is financial rewards. So to get Care for Kids, for example, even an unlicensed program needs to submit to basic health and safety inspections, et cetera. So there are, when public funds, federal, are tied to an unlicensed program, they do need to meet health and safety standards as outlined by the federal government. So there are schemes that are slightly different than full regulation, but if you want the money, you've got to be licensed. And I think that's one way this committee could think about it. If someone's using someone else's money and they don't want to be regulated, and there's a statutory exemption or some other reason they believe they're exempt, then fine. But I do think there are ways to use funding to say, if you want the funding, then you need to submit to health and safety regulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else for the committee? Seeing none?
Great.
Again, thank you.
Thanks,
Commissioner.
everybody. Have a great day.
Next up, we have Commissioner Michelle Gilman. And I believe you're bringing a friend with you, Jenna. Okay.
My
How you
best
doing,
friend.
Just introduce yourself. We know who the commissioner is.
Absolutely. Good morning. Thank you so much for having us. I'm Michelle Gilman, the Commissioner of the Department of Administrative Services, and I am joined by Jenna Padula, a face that is familiar to many of you, who is our agency legal director and works directly with the committee on many matters of cognizance, including the school construction grant program. So I want to thank Jenna for joining as well this afternoon. I will summarize our written testimony. We have submitted testimony to you, but in the interest of time and knowing that you have a long agenda, I'm happy to summarize today. So first of all, again, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and distinguished members of the committee, on behalf of DAS, we are submitting testimony in support of our agency proposal, SB 288, and then 3 other pieces of legislation before the committee today, including SB 287, HB 5346, and HB 5347. In summary, Senate Bill 288, which again, the committee has raised at the request of DAS, an act implementing the recommendations of the Department of Administrative Services regarding the school building projects statutes. This proposal provides updates to various sections within Chapter 173, which concerns public school building projects. It will clarify, if passed, various implementations of regarding the increase in the reimbursement rate for inclusive municipalities, reflect the current administration of the grant program by the Department of Administrative Services, and repeal various outdated sections and delete redundant language contained within the existing statutes. This proposal does clarify the process that a district must initiate within the Department of Housing in order to receive such an increased rate, and adds relevant timeframes for such applications. And again, this is around the inclusive municipality provision that was passed into law last year by the General Assembly. In addition, the technical clarifications will ensure that the inclusive municipality rate increase is administered in a more equitable and efficient manner. And we've worked very closely with the Department of Housing to bring forward this technical change to you, or this proposal. In addition, the proposal replaces references to the Commissioner of Education with the Commissioner of Administrative Services. Some of these references remain in statute from a time when SDE ran the school construction grant program. So we're just making changes to the statutes to conform with current practice. Finally, this proposal repeals other statutory sections and language in the law that are outdated and no longer in effect. And you can see some of those itemizations within the written testimony. We do again urge support for Senate Bill 288, and again appreciate your consideration of that language. Senate Bill 287, an act concerning indoor air quality in schools. DAS, as a member of the Indoor Air Quality Task Force, has been deeply engaged and recognizes the concerns from our schools, our union partners, and others relative to the air quality in schools across Connecticut, in particular in response to the COVID pandemic. We do have some concerns about the implementation of sections 2 and 3, and we look forward to continuing to work with the Indoor Air Quality Working Group and certainly this committee and other members of the General Assembly to refine the language going forward. House Bill 5346, an act concerning early child care. We do have just a few possible changes to this proposal. We do want to acknowledge that DAS oversees about 10% of state surplus or state property. And so we're happy to work with the committee and other proponents of this bill to get to the end result, but perhaps recognizing other agencies that manage their own properties and that oversee those particular surplus matters. But we do understand and recognize the concept through this particular proposed provision. House Bill 5347, an act concerning authorization of state grant commitments for school building projects and revisions to the school building project statutes. This bill contains the annual school construction priority list that we presented before you and the full priority list committee back in January. This makes a number of changes as well to the school building project statutes. DAS is generally supportive of updating and refining these statutes on an ongoing basis. So look forward to working with you again in the coming weeks and months ahead to refine some of the language in the proposal. And we've offered some minor drafts for your review for potential revision moving forward. So in summary, again, really appreciate you raising Senate Bill 288 and appreciate your consideration of the points that we've concluded not only in our written testimony, but today as well, and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony and all the hard work you've been doing. Of course, you know, we call it cleanup, but that's something we have to do. Normally, when we do something, if we don't get it right, we come back and clean it up, and that's what we're doing. This one of these pieces of legislation. Any questions from my colleague? Yes, Representative. Oh, Curry?
Oh, yeah,
Rep.
thank you.
Curry?
Commissioner, Jenna, nice to see you both. Thank you for being here today. Looking forward to the conversations to continue around how we can tighten up school construction. I think that we continue to work through a process that doesn't seem to be financially sustainable the way it currently is, and to continue to have projects and audits that we're seeing from 10, 15 years out that aren't closed and documents missing. And there just simply has to be a way that we can just do better. So I look forward to working with you to figure that out. With respect to the indoor air quality, I think that it is interesting that if we look at the piece of legislation and the assessment that we're currently asking districts to fill out and provide back to you or whoever else may put that on a shelf. If they were to answer yes to those questions, none of those questions would actually tell you whether or not you have good air. And I think if the intent is that air quality is the concern, that hopefully we can work with the proponents and the co-chairs of the indoor air quality work group to hopefully get us to a place that makes sense for the assessment and the evaluations that we're trying to do for the districts around the state. So appreciate that and look forward to it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also had a question and comment about the indoor air quality period. And I was wondering, are you, just read your testimony again, now I can't remember. Are you in support of the delayed implementation of the inspection process in section 2?
We recognize
Or
the
3.
burden that that schools are under providing all of those surveys within the course of 1 year. So we continue to have conversations with the work group around, you know, the 20% recommendation. We're certainly open to that suggestion, and you know, look forward to, you know, how that may work with school districts. Certainly giving them the flexibility as well to identify those schools that they would like to have surveyed, you know, within that 5-year period as opposed to others. So I'm happy to work with the school districts, our partners, and certainly the air quality work group and all of you as well.
Thank you for that. And I appreciate the ongoing conversation. I think that it is a goal that we all need to strive for, but at the same time, asking all of our schools to try and get this done within the same June 15th to August 15th period where they are quiet and can actually test full systems may be a challenge given the workforce challenges that we have now. So thank you for your flexibility and your partnership on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for your work and your testimony today. I do have a HVAC question as well about the schools. In my district, I have one school that's more than 100 years old. So they obviously don't have a HVAC system. And I was just wondering, in terms of older school buildings that weren't equipped with those types of things, have we got a plan for how to address air quality in those circumstances?
Absolutely. So we are pleased, and thank you for the question, Representative, as well. We are pleased to be rolling out a second round of grant applications imminently. We expect early April to school districts that have applied again for air quality investments and improvements in their school districts. We saw greater uptake in this round than the first round for a variety of reasons. In part, we had more time to roll out the program. School districts were able to get acclimated to the requirements of the program and more time to plan. So we are really excited to roll out that next wave of grants. We also recently did a survey in January to better understand the future needs of schools that may not have applied in round 1 or 2, and do they anticipate needing future funding. The response from those surveys, which we're happy to share, indicate further demand coming for that funding moving forward. So we are pleased about that, and it again recognizes the demand among our schools for these services. And certainly, as schools are looking at their larger capital plans for renovation, for new schools and other programs, those HVAC needs can be rolled into those larger school construction projects as well. So that may also be where we're not seeing schools apply for the program, because they have a longer capital plan in place for replacement or renovation of those schools. So there is a lot of opportunity for schools to address those issues, and we're a very willing partner. Our grants team is fielding calls. My team at GAS is also working very closely with the grants team to ensure that our communications are strong, and that we're working with our schools to ensure that they know the various ways that they can capture some of the funding that's available to them.
Thank you very much for that explanation and your work following up with these issues. Even some of the schools that are, in the last, say, 50 years are in need of HVAC changes as well. So I appreciate your comments and your work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Just quick question in regards to that. The HVAC program is modeled after a construction project, correct? Pretty
I'm
much
so
right.
sorry. Can you repeat?
The HVAC program is modeled after our school construction project, correct?
It is. We've modeled it after the school construction grant program that's in Chapter 173. So we've generally modeled the rollout of the HVAC grant program in a similar fashion. We did make some minor adjustments for the second round based on some feedback that we heard from schools and our other partners. But by and large, we are asking schools to demonstrate their local cost share, either through proof of referendums or approval by their Board of Ed, town
Right.
councils, et cetera. And also that they have cost estimates for the work, and that they've gone through, appropriate bid processes as well for the program.
Thank you. And I just wanted to question, maybe we can have an off-site. There's some public schools that they don't have a match. For example, in Hartford, a lot of our schools funded at 90%. The towns put the match. Some of our public schools do not have that capacity to go to their local towns. And unfortunately, they may or may not be able to benefit from this program. Have any conversations about how we get all the other public schools that don't have a match partner to be able to participate in this program?
So through the legislature, now school districts are able to use federal funds or other sources of funds for that match. So we are hoping that that relieves some pressure off of our school districts that may be experiencing hardship in that regard. And certainly willing to have other conversations, certainly with the legislature and through other means around those barriers. We do recognize as well that there are higher reimbursement rates in place for some of our most distressed municipalities. And so we hope that there's not as much of an impact when we look at some of those higher reimbursement areas or rates in our urban areas or distressed municipalities or alliance districts. But we recognize that in these challenging times, that cost share could be an issue for really any school district. So we're happy to partner and be creative with our school districts as they run into those issues. But there is a required local share component to this program.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, again, thank you, Commissioner, for your
Thank you,
testimony.
Senator. Thank you, committee. Thank you.
Up next, we have Leonard Lockhart from the Windsor Board of Education, and this testimony will be done online.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. To the chairs, ranking members, and the members of the Education Committee, I am Leonard Lockhart, a member of the Windsor Board of Education and president of the Connecticut Association of Boards of Education, known as CABE. I'm in support on behalf of CABE. We are supporting Senate Bill 287, an act concerning indoor air quality in schools. I humbly serve on the working group for the indoor air quality on behalf of CABE. And as it happens, we are here in Windsor experiencing air quality issues within our own buildings right now. And we're actually going through a local process to fix one of our problems at one of our schools over the next 6-7 months. This working group recognizes the multi-year commitment needed to address building issues. And I also support the extension of time for our working group to continue our work. We have come to agreement and/or consensus that districts should be actively seeking inspections for at least 20% of their schools a year. The number of schools and the small HVAC workforce has led to us to make this conclusion. We also understand that we have discussed financial burdens on districts to undertake this work. We want districts to have access to funding for inspections as well as the work that an inspection reveals. As I mentioned, this is a multi-year commitment, and I implore the state to continue to provide funding for this mandate. As you know, we have aged infrastructure throughout the state of Connecticut in regards to our school buildings. And I believe one of the previous speakers on the dais spoke about the 50 to 100-year-old buildings, where by code, if we start going into these buildings, we have to bring those buildings back up to code. Also, a pressure point for our school districts is that we have to go to our local taxing authorities to advocate for the funds to make these projects happen. So we have to lobby our local tax authority. We have to lobby the CGA. And at times we have to go through grants and possible federal grants in order to try to do this work. And for some districts, this is just something that's not quite possible for them to do. So we're looking for equity with this project. We're also looking for equitable for this project because we have a very limited professional services group that can actually service us in a very ethical manner and in a timely manner to make sure all of our buildings are serviced in a very, very timely yet professional way.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony, and thank you for all the hard work you're doing at CABE and individually in the town of Windsor. Any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, again, thank you once again, Leonard Lockhart, for your testimony, and have a great day and a better tomorrow.
Likewise to all of you. Be well.
All right, next up, we have Caroline Simmons. And I don't see her in the building. Online? Caroline? No? I'm sure you're busy taking care of the great town, state of city of Stamford. We'll come back to you. Next up, the superintendent from the great town of Old Saybrook, Jan Perrecchio.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, distinguished members of the Education Committee. I'm Jan Perrecchio, and I'm here today as the president-elect of the Connecticut Association of Public Schools.
Well, I think we lost you. I think we lost Jan. Jan, are you there?
I am now, yes. I was removed and then returned. I'm not sure what happened.
Well, you know, you get a whole new 3 minutes. How about that?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Senator McCrory. Good afternoon and greetings to all of you. My name is Jan Perrecchio. I am the president-elect of CAPS, and I am the superintendent in Old Saybrook. I'm also the co-chair of the CAPS Legislative Committee, and I'd like to speak today about Senate Bill 287, an act concerning indoor air quality in schools. And I'd also like to speak about House Bill 5348, an act concerning paraeducators, about which I am also mostly in favor. I'm also a member, along with Leonard Lockhart, of the Indoor Air Quality Committee, and I'm so very proud and supportive of the recommendations the committee has made, captured in SB 287. The recommendations to extend the reporting date require districts to conduct a study of 20% of their buildings each year until 2030 and give access to the HVAC grant funds to conduct these studies will be very beneficial to districts, the engineers who will conduct the studies, and most importantly, school budgets, which are already spread so thin. Throughout the committee's work, we've heard from the experts in the field who will be conducting studies on building HVAC systems and the resulting quality of air in the buildings. And they've expressed concern that they would not have the staff and resources to respond to all districts' requests if the timeline for all schools wasn't spread over multiple years. And as Leonard Lockhart said, it could get very competitive and the bills could get extravagant. And then you would have towns that have fewer resources less able to do that work. Senate Bill 287 addresses that concern and allows districts to prepare for the real outcome of these studies, which of course is excellent air quality in all schools. In addition, the financial resources, which can run in the thousands of dollars for these tests for each building, if added to the list of allowable expenses in the grant monies, is going to allow those who need to access these grants the opportunity to do so. And finally, the recommendation to expand the required certifications for the expert engineers who will conduct the study will alleviate the challenges of finding a quality engineer to do the work. So I urge you to support 287 as presented. And if I could, just for a moment, I'd like to speak to House Bill 5384, an act concerning paraeducators. And as a practitioner, I just want to say that, and a superintendent, but I've also been a teacher, a principal, associate principal, I want to be really clear that my comments that I'm going to make in no way are meant to undermine the support I want to show, and I know everybody wants to show our paraeducators. They are absolutely essential to the work that we do and to our mission of educating all students. And I'm really happy to see that we're addressing the paraeducator shortage with the same energy we're putting into the teacher and administrator shortage issue, which also continues to grow. I'm just concerned about the impact of mandating a starting salary. It's the only part I really wanted to bring up for paraeducators in all school districts by a set date. I just want everyone to consider, the collective bargaining impact to other groups within. And I thank you very much for your time and dedication to these issues and for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Any questions for Jan? Seeing none from our committee. Jan, thank you for all the hats you're wearing in the area of education and making sure our children are properly educated. And thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, Senator.
Next up, we have Maureen from the Newington Board of Education, the great Superintendent Brument. Maureen.
Thank you.
And followed by Chelsea Quinn from Alphabet Academy.
Good afternoon, co-chairs McCrory and Curry, and esteemed members of the Education Committee. I am Dr. Maureen Brummett, proud superintendent of Newington Public Schools, and I'm here to testify on behalf of House Bill 5347, an act concerning the authorization of state grant commission for school building projects. Excuse me. John Wallace Middle School was built in 1971 and opened in 1972. All 29 classrooms in the wings housing grades 6, 7, and 8 were designed and built based on an open classroom format. This means that there are no doors on any of these classrooms. Given the ongoing concerns for school safety, if any of the corridor doors are breached by a bad actor, the results could be catastrophic. There have been no significant changes to the wings over the last 50 years. Each open classroom has 3 flexible walls with a 4th wall or traditional brick and mortar construction. The project would provide for classrooms to be fully enclosed along with acoustical and security components. The John Wallace Building Project has met all SDE requirements. On April 26, 2023, the Newington Board of Education approved the educational specifications. On May 23rd, the Town Council authorized the Superintendent of Schools to complete the application for state grant funding. On August 22nd, 2023, the Newington Town Council approved an appropriation and bond issuance resolution for the John Wallace renovation project and the submission of such issuance for referendum vote. On November 7th, 2023, Voters of Newington overwhelmingly voted to approve this project by a 4-to-1 margin. If the grant is approved and funded, the architect will be hired in the summer of 2024, and construction will begin in June of 2025. We have established a very aggressive timeline given the security concerns, with project completion on or before June of 2026. The project cost is $10,997,600. Newington is eligible for at least a 57% state reimbursement. I don't know if Representative Curry's on the line, but he has had a chance to tour John Wallace and is aware of the structures that we need fixed there. I do thank you for allowing me to testify today and for your anticipated support of this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, again, thank you for all the hard work you're doing out there in town, Newington, and have a great day and a better tomorrow. Next up, we have Chelsea Quinn, and followed by Eric Hotelis from East Coast.
Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and everyone on the Education Committee, thank you for allowing me to share my heartfelt testimony today. My name is Chelsea Quinn, and I am one of the toddler teachers at Alphabet Academy in Hamden. I have had the privilege of being part of this wonderful learning community for the past 11 years, and my son has recently joined its preschool program back in June of 2023. I'm here to share my personal story and to express my wholehearted support for the proposed bill advocating automatic full Care for Kids funding for early childhood educators' children. This initiative resonates deeply with me as an educator and a mother, and I believe it holds the key to transforming the lives of families like mine. Being an early childhood educator is not just a job for me. It's a calling, a passion that fills my days with joy and purpose. However, this journey is not without its financial hurdles, especially when it comes to providing quality education for my own child. The proposed bill offers a glimmer of hope, a lifeline that would ease the weight of financial concerns and allow me to focus on creating meaningful learning experiences for all the little ones, including my own precious son. The idea of financial relief isn't about numbers on a budget. It's about creating a sense of security and stability for my family. It's about having the freedom to dream of expanding my family without the constant worry about how to make ends meet. It will allow me to stop the constant debate of having to consider leaving this vocation that is so important to both myself as well as the youngest citizens of Connecticut. I am really good at my job. My school and its family community would be devastated to lose me to another job that can offer a higher salary and better benefits outside of early childhood. So many of these teachers at our school have had to make this very impossible decision once they decided to start their families. Knowing them, I believe the passing of this bill would have allowed them to stay unemployed with us. This bill, in its essence, recognizes the tireless dedication of early childhood educators. It acknowledges that we deserve the peace of mind and support to provide for our children's education, just as we do for the children we guide and nurture every day. No educator should bear the burden of wondering how to afford their child's education while striving to make a livable income when the state of Connecticut holds the key to making a real and immediate difference. This bill addresses a fundamental concern within our profession, offering a compassionate solution that understands the intricate balance we navigate. I implore you to consider the deeply personal impact this bill could have on educators and their families. By ensuring full Care for Kids funding, we are not just shaping policies. We are transforming lives and investing in the future of those who dedicate their lives to the future of our children. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my story and for your consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony and taking time out of your day to make sure your voice is heard at the Capitol. Any questions from our committee members? Again. All right. Next up, we're going to go back to the leader of the city of Stamford. That will be Caroline Simpson, the great mayor. Caroline, you're up.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Co-Chair McCrory, Co-Chair Curry, Ranking Member McCarty, Ranking Member Berthel, Vice Chair Leeper, Vice Chair Winfield, and all the members of the Education Committee. My name is Caroline Simmons. I am Mayor of the City of Stamford, and I am testifying today in support of House Bill number 5347, an act concerning authorization of state grant commitments for school building projects and revisions to the school building project statutes. It's an exciting time for the City of Stamford and Stamford Public Schools. We're embarking on a $1 billion school construction plan that will rebuild West Hill High School, create a new K-8 Roxbury School, and a new South School in the growing south end of our city. We're so grateful for the support of the General Assembly and particularly the support you've provided over the past several years for these school district projects that are vital to support healthier classrooms for our students and teachers. Passage of House Bill 5347 would ensure Stamford receives the estimated grants of $51.5 million for the upper school of the South School project and $43.5 million for the lower school for the South School project, both of which are critical projects for the future success of our school district. The new lower school will include 590 seats for students in grades K-4, and the upper school will include 475 seats for students in grades 5-8. As the second largest city in Connecticut, Stamford has seen incredible growth across all sectors, including our school district. We have a culturally and socially economically diverse school population of more than 16,000 children in grades K-12. Our school district provides students with extensive and high quality academic and extracurricular activities and a learning experience rich in cultural diversity that prepares them for our global world. I urge the Education Committee to support this bill to ensure we are continuing to prioritize critical investments in school districts across our state. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony and your advocacy for those great high schools in Stamford. Any questions from my committee members?
Representative Mayor Simmons, it's always a pleasure to see and hear from you. And again, just want to thank you for Stamford's continued investment in education.
Thanks, Representative Curry and Senator McCrory. Great to see you.
Always, always. Unfortunately, I was in your town yesterday for unfortunate reasons, but it was great being there. And I always like coming through there. And again, thank you for your leadership in the city of Stamford. Any other questions? Seeing none, next up, Eric Protelis from East Con. Oh, you don't need that.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. I'm honored to have the opportunity to present testimony regarding House Bill 5340, an act concerning paraeducators. My name is Eric Protulis, and I serve as the Executive Director of EastCon. As one of the 6 regional education service centers in Connecticut, we work collaboratively with the other 5 RESCs to support statewide initiatives as the RESC Alliance. Each of the RESCs develop programs and services to support the school districts and communities in our regions. I'm pleased to see the direct reference to the RESCs in House Bill 5348 that emphasizes ways in which we can further support our school districts. However, I'm here to express some concerns about certain aspects of House Bill 5348 related to the provision of special education services through regional education service centers. While I support the overall goal of improving access and quality of special education services, I do have some reservation about the specific requirements outlined in the proposed legislation, as this is a complex issue and there are many implications of HB 5348 that should be considered. In Section 2, the bill mandates that RESCs develop regional models for transportation, training, and therapeutic services to be used by all school districts they serve. However, there are not clear indications of how the potentially significant costs associated with developing and implementing these regional models will be covered. School districts already face tight budgets, and this unfunded mandate would place an undue burden on their limited resources. The RESC Alliance is well poised to do the regional work and have examples of successful implementation across the state. In order to do this work effectively and in partnership with districts, sufficient funding is necessary to support and startup and implementation costs. Additionally, the legislation is quite prescriptive in terms of required components of the regional models, such as specific requirements around consultation with public transit districts for transportation plans and the inclusion of research-based intervention and training plans. While well-intentioned, this high degree of prescription fails to account for the diverse needs of the existing resources across our regions. A one-size-fits-all approach may not be appropriate given the variability in local context in the individualized needs of students that the districts are supporting. Rather than a rigid framework, I would urge giving Department of Education and local school districts more flexibility to develop models tailored to their specific situations. The overarching goal should be improving services for students with special needs, but the means of achieving that goal could vary regionally based on factors like geographic distribution of the student population, availability of public transportation options, existing expertise among educators, and established relationships with service providers. Another approach may be to establish desired outcomes and best practice guidelines, while allowing regions to determine the specific operational details of their models. This would preserve local control and enable innovative solutions that leverage regional strengths. Additionally, a phased implementation with a realistic assessment of cost and the funding. Yeah, that just to say that just looking at a phased implementation with a realistic assessment of cost and funding services would be prudent. I'll finish there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Can you, again, I'm sorry, can you point me to which section you were talking about with respect to the unfunded mandate?
Yeah, specifically section 2. There's not a clear indication of what the funding would be to conduct that regional model for special education by the RESCs.
Okay, that's existing language, I believe, and I think the only change in that language is changing paraprofessional to paraeducator.
Okay.
So, but we could talk more. But I just want to make sure that we understood that we weren't creating as a committee any new mandates. Any questions or comments from members? Seeing none, Eric, we appreciate your time as always. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Curry.
All right, next up, we have Riona Dias. I don't see online. Jade Thomas, I believe online.
Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Jade Thomas, and I am a policy specialist at All Our Kin. All Our Kin is a national nonprofit that trains and supports over 600 licensed home-based childcare providers in Connecticut. These childcare professionals have the capacity to care for more than 3,000 of the state's youngest children, including neighborhoods in New Haven, Bridgeport, and Stamford, and the surrounding communities. I am offering testimony in response to SB 286, an act concerning early childhood care and education, and in particular, Section 1. All Our Kin appreciates the state's efforts to increase wages for early educators, but would like to raise concerns related to the lack of funding attached to SB 286. Early childhood professionals deserve fair compensation. They nurture and educate young children during a critical part of their development. In fact, early years have long-lasting impacts, with 90% of a child's brain development occurring by age 5. Despite the importance of early childhood, educators themselves remain underpaid. High-quality, affordable childcare allows parents to work while children learn and grow. Unfortunately, all of Connecticut's families cannot easily access care. A recent report by the United Way of Connecticut found that 40,000 available childcare slots in the state remain unfilled due to staffing shortages. In order to address vacant childcare slots, Connecticut leaders have to take on educator wages. SB 286 is a start, but without the necessary investment, it will act as an unfunded mandate. Center-based programs and group childcare homes want to increase staff wages. However, without support, many programs operate on margins that make this impossible. Childcare is a public good and should be funded as such. While we appreciate the intentions of SB 286, increasing the wages of early educators will take investment and collaboration. Funding early childhood is a moral imperative with strong impact. Research shows a long-term return on investment of $8 for every public dollar spent in high-quality childcare. In order to address stagnant wages, the state should identify long-term investment opportunities to support early childhood and increase provider wages. Educators are the heart and soul of Connecticut's early care and education system. They are the most significant factor driving quality. We ask that the state consider opportunities to identify new and sustainable funding streams before requiring the implementation of the proposed compensation schedule. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Jade. We appreciate your testimony. I do not see any questions. So enjoy your day.
Thank you as well.
Next up, Stacy Zimmerman. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to see you.
Good afternoon. Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, probably off getting lunch. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Stacy Zimmerman. I'm here on behalf of the Service Employees International Union, Connecticut State Council. We have 70,000 members throughout the state of Connecticut in every House and Senate district in Connecticut. Many of them are paras and or childcare workers. So we are here today to talk about a little bit about 5346 and 286, but mostly I'm going to spend the balance of my time talking about 5348 because it's a personal issue for me, as my mother-in-law is a para in the state of Connecticut and works remarkably hard every day caring for students with a variety of different issues and or just supplementing her classrooms with things she purchases out of her own pocket. And I don't know if I have the privilege, but I do her taxes every year. So I get to see the end result of what she receives in her paycheck. And sadly, after almost 30 years working in a public school district in Connecticut, she makes less than $40,000 a year. You know, that's criminal for someone who works in a school district. And I know she makes more than many in her profession. And they are para-educators. They teach, you know, our most vulnerable students most of the time. They teach things that aren't necessarily in the curriculum because they spend so much one-on-one time with the students. And we really need to value that. And this para bill is a step forward in doing that. And I want to thank the committee for putting it forward. I want to thank the committee for spending time and recognizing that the paras need to be recognized as the professionals they are and have the same training opportunities that others do. So in saying that, I'll just wrap up and let everyone go home a little bit earlier, hopefully, that we hope we continue to work with you in the future to make sure that not only can we pass these things, but we can fund these things. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that testimony. And while I know you're here speaking in your official capacity, but also on behalf of your mother-in-law, I think it's important to note for committee members and for anybody watching, today we only have, and I say only, 92 people testifying, but I know we could have had 4 times that had all the paras been able to come out and voice their supports. And so I know that the limited number of paras that we will see today are definitely speaking on behalf of everybody throughout the state of Connecticut. So
Sadly, paras can't afford to take a day off to come here.
that is true. All right. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Kevin Burgos. Don't think you're online. Next up online, Gloria Gaskins. Gloria, if you can unmute and turn your camera on.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. I just need to be able to see you.
Okay, I'm trying to get the camera on. I'm camera. Okay. I'm trying to get my camera on. There I am. Hi, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Good. There we go.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi. I am a grandparent and I take care of all my grandkids. I've been doing it for at least over 20 years. And down to all my grandkids, and I have a newborn coming in. I been doing it so many years. I'm about to get my license to be an open daycare mother to other people that needs me also. And it's kind of hard for them to take to get money to pay out the difference to us that they ask of as my daughter and my son and some of the other members that need me to help out. And I'm speaking out for other people that I know that's going through the same thing that I'm going through. And we doing it because we love children, we love our family, and it's good that they paying us so we can watch out for our kids so nothing can happen to the children and that they well taken care of in the household that I watch my grandkids in. And I have other people that need me also. So I'm willing to go get my license to do this for other people. But they also say it's hard for them to pay the difference.
Thank you so much for your testimony today and for your willingness to want to step up and be part of the solution. I don't see any questions in the room or online. Enjoy the rest of your day and please drive safely.
I surely will. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Next up is number 17, Lou Birch, Rosado Birch, excuse me. Good afternoon, sir.
Thanks so much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, honorable committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Thank you for sticking around for the conversation. My name, for the record, is Lou Rosado Birch. I'm the legislative coordinator at Connecticut Education Association. I'm also a member of the official working group on school indoor air quality. So really appreciate this opportunity to talk to you. We're in strong support of both Senate Bill 287 and House Bill 5347. Especially as it relates to school indoor air quality improvements. According to Department of Administrative Service, as many as 1/3 of Connecticut's public school buildings are being served by HVAC infrastructure that's aging or failing in some manner and in need of repair or complete replacement. School air quality issues we know contribute to a range of chronic health impacts as well as achievement impacts and student absenteeism, and can have a direct impact on academic outcomes, especially in our highest need districts. Public Act 22-118 established the grant program at DAS. And the law was a critical step forward in improving air quality in our schools. But like any good policy, it needs tweaks and updates to make sure that it's still making the impact that it was intended to do. And so specific comments, CEA supports Senate Bill 287 and urges the committee to approve it without delay. Some school ground managers and facility staff have raised concerns about not having sufficient time or sufficient workforce resources available to them to complete their 5-year comprehensive HVAC assessments. This bill would allow both for the cost of the 5-year inspections to be included as reimbursable expenses under the grant program. And it will also ensure that school districts have a bit of latitude and flexibility in terms of determining how best to prioritize their school buildings for inspections. Furthermore, it extends the reporting date for the school IAQ task force to July 2025, which I strongly support. Give us some more time so we can continue to do this good work. And furthermore, we also support House Bill 5347, makes 2 substantive changes. Number 1 allows RESCs and incorporated or endowed high schools and state-funded charters to apply for the HVAC grant funds. We've heard from our charter school members that they're not eligible. And so this makes sense to us. Section 5I also requires the Commissioner of Administrative Services to automatically reconsider any grant applications that were submitted prior to July 2024 and were not awarded. So this once again will, will make it easier for those districts that may have had a high need but may not have submitted a complete application. And it will also, once again, put the emphasis on those high need districts that are really going to benefit from this funding. And then I'll just wrap up by saying we also support an act concerning paraeducators, and we are submitting testimony for the record for that bill. So thank you so much for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lou. Yeah, I think, there's a push to be a little bit creative with some of the dollars that were authorized and allocated through the Bond Commission for the indoor air quality work. While I think that we can be creative in legislation, there's always, the hurdles of bond covenant language and ensuring that monies can actually be used for those types of things. But definitely the look back to ensure that we're able to work with those districts who were denied that first round. And to DAS's credit, they did a much more inclusive process the second time around. But I will say, I think there's about $107 million that went unrequested out of the 244 in round 2. So if the goal is to get into our schools to ensure that we have good air and not just cool air, hopefully we can be a bit more targeted with the efforts that we have around this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments from members? I don't see any online. Lou, appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon.
We're going to go back. I think number 15 is now online. Kevin. Just need you to unmute and turn on your camera, please. Kevin Burgos. Oh, there you go.
Sorry. Oh, trying to change my background, but thank you for allowing me this time to participate and voice my concerns here. Distinguished members of the Education Committee, my name is Kevin Burgos. I am a longtime resident all my life, Hartford, Connecticut, born and raised. I'm a father of 5. I know firsthand the difficulties of parents have to go through paying for childcare because, I have 5 kids. My youngest kid who currently lives with me just started in childcare last week. And I mean, it's a burden having an extra bill, but and also for my childcare, quality. I'm sorry. I live on the south end of Hartford. His school is on the north end of Hartford, and I work in Rocky Hill, so I have to commute from my house to the north end, then back towards the south end to go into Rocky Hill for work, which is also taking up gas. House Bill 5346 is one bill that will help fix the broken system. This bill refers to early childhood education fund and how it could be used for parents and providers. The fund is an opportunity to keep childcare money in the use of just that childcare. The bill through the fund could help ensure money for new childcare spaces in areas that are disadvantaged and don't have the city funds to make new childcare centers available. I live in one of the poorest zip codes, I believe, in the nation. So I feel that this bill is much needed. When I was looking for childcare for my child, oftentimes I was forced to consider spaces that needed major repairs and investments in their curriculum. No parent should have to decide between access or quality, and no provider should have to feel like their space is falling apart. I urge you to support HB 5346 and give families a fighting chance that we all deserve. I thank you for this time.
Thank you so much for taking time to testify in front of us today. I don't see any questions in the room or online. Enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up is Tashiana O'Connor.
Good afternoon, distinguished member of the Education Committee. My name is Tashiana O'Connor, and I'm a proud mother of 8 children. And also, I've been a child care provider for over 15 years of TikTok around the clock daycare. In a child care home. I know firsthand the difficulty that parents have with paying for child care. When parents come to me, not able to find quality child care in their area that's nearby, or able to ask me to negotiate the rate of how much I charge, I ask myself, where can I help? Here's the bill that's proposing. 5346 is one bill that could help fix the broken system. fixes were consistent for early education and fund how to help parents and providers. The fund is an opportunity to keep the care for childcare, keep the money for childcare house. The bill through the fund could help ensure new childcare spaces in the area of disadvantage and city fund for new childcare availability. No parent should have to decide between access of quality, and no provider should feel like their space is falling apart. I urge the support of HB 5346 and give family a fighting chance. When I pay my bill, I think about keeping money aside for my childcare business. And I think it's ridiculous that the state of Connecticut cannot keep money aside for early education. So I urge you to support this bill for early education.
Thank you so much for taking time to speak with us today and providing your personal story. I do not see any questions. Enjoy your day. Next up is Ayandra Lopez.
Strongly advocate for HB 5347 so that all students have access to better air quality in all of our schools. I'm also here asking for your help and influence to secure the funding of Danbury Charter School. This institution, having already received approval, has unfortunately been left without the necessary funding since 2018.
So I'm going to interrupt you.
Sorry.
And while I appreciate that you are here, and I think many others are here to talk about that, that is not the bill in front of us today. So if you want to make just a quick general comment to that, I'll give you that leeway. But I don't want that to be what today's testimony is about, because
Sure.
that's not the bill in front of us.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Next up is Barbara Vida. No, Barbara, sorry. All right, Melissa Santana, I see you online.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Senator McCrory and Representative Curry, Representative Cook, and distinguished members of the Educational Appropriations Committee. I am Melissa Betancourt Santana, representing LEAD and the Danbury community. As a first-generation citizen fluent in English, Spanish, and Portuguese, I've experienced firsthand the transformative power of diverse learning environments. And now, as a mother of 2 young daughters, I advocate for varied educational pathways, emphasizing the importance of a chartered school system. While we wholeheartedly support HB 5347 for better air quality in our school systems, we urgently need funding for the Danbury Charter School. Our community faces educational challenges exacerbated by overcrowded schools. Fair funding is crucial, especially for underserved communities with high Hispanic and Black populations.
Excuse me.
We are, yes,
If you can keep your comments to the bills in the agenda, we'd appreciate it.
thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Next up is Patrice Ruddy. Not online. Cynthia Roswig.
Don't mind if you don't mind.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Representative Curry and members of the Education Committee. My name is Cynthia Ross-Weig, and I am resident of New Fairfield, Connecticut. I work as a paraeducator in the New Fairfield Public School District, and I'm also president of the Paraeducator Council of Local 2001. I'm speaking today in support of HB 5348, You have my written testimony, so I'd like to just shorten it out and go over a few remarks. Paraeducators in Connecticut are struggling, and the demand and needs are growing. There are over 1,300 vacancies for paraeducators in Connecticut. That means that there are at least 1,300 students with learning disabilities, behavioral issues, and other disorders that are designated for paraeducators that are going without. When we are out, often there is no substitute for us, and our workload is doubled or tripled. The turnover rate is high because the demands are great, and they must weigh that being able to afford their own survival. In today's economy, over 50% of the entire country is having difficulty paying basic household living expenses. The cost of living is $11,000 over it was a year ago. If a district is only paying minimum wage at a 35-hour work week in a 10-month school, paraeducators are earning only $21,000 a year, and that's before taxes. Taking a minimum tax deduction, you're left with $1,580 a month to live. That's food, rent, mortgage, electricity. It is impossible to survive on that without working another job. Often, paraeducators work 2 or 3 jobs just to survive. If a school district is offering a 1% pension, that means that the para pension would be the equivalent of $210 a month. How do you leave? How do you retire? You can't afford it. How do you go from $1,580 to $210 plus your Social Security? Connecticut is in a crisis, and that's why we have 1,300 vacancies. Paras are in a desperate situation, and I ask that you please think of the impact a school will have without paraeducators, what it does to the children, how much we support them, and what it does to the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we appreciate your comments. Representative Callahan, did you want to add anything?
I just wanted to thank my constituent, Ms. Ross Weig, for making the drive to Hartford today to support their paraeducators. Thank you, Representative Curry.
Absolutely. Yes, no, thank you very much. And I think we all recognize the important work that the paras are doing in our schools and the need to respect that, understand that as a profession, and that we have to do our best to professionalize. And we're hoping to have the most honest of conversations this year about both paraeducators and our educators and how we treat them with respect to financial compensation and others. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If you don't see any questions, enjoy your day. Next up is on line 24, Richard Serrano. And then I'll go back to number 22, I see.
Good morning, Chairman and Ranking members and the distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Richard Serrano, and I proudly serve as a custodian of Achievement First, Hartford Academy. I'm speaking on behalf of HB 5347 and the inclusion of public charter school eligibility in the HVAC indoor air quality program. I've dedicated 13 years to our 305 Greenfield Street location, and I've grown to love the team and the family that inhabit the building every day. Just to make it short, let me provide you with some of the details we've been dealing with and how unsafe it currently is. We have a very old system. We've attempted to put Band-Aids on it during COVID by using our ESSER funding dollars to purchase better filters, which are MERV 13s, to update our filtering system. And this did provide some relief, but for asthmatics, especially as like myself and some of our scholars, it hasn't been adequate enough. But that has not been it. Also, you know, we have been dealing with every day we have about 1,500 scholars in our building. Some of whom are more than facility-wise, population-wise, over Weaver and Hartford High. And we have no air duct system in our school. This means we have a plenum roof, which means as our ceiling operates as one giant duct. And you know, this means for us, one giant duct means, you know, it collects all the debris, the moisture, everything that goes up in the ceiling stays in the ceiling. My team and I have to constantly clean those returns and of debris which stay trapped in our ceiling tiles, and it's a very dangerous situation for our students. The AC and heat system is a mess. On hot days, we typically have to move scholars to certain parts of the building due to humidity and being unbearable in some of the classrooms. And I feel like this grant would improve our HVAC system and make our filtering process much more efficient and create a healthier environment for our students and our hardworking staff. This really shouldn't be a debate. I humbly ask you put the kids first and approve the inclusion of the public charter schools like ours in our air quality grant program. Thank you for your time.
Perfect timing. I do not see any questions, so thank you for taking time with us today. We're going to go back to number 22, Patrice. Or did we already hear Patrice? Oh, Patrice, there you are. Go ahead.
Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and all of the Education Committee members, thank you for allowing me to testify in support of Bill HB 5346. My name is Patrice Ruddy and I live in Hamden. 2 years ago, I accepted a job as a third teacher in the infants room at Alphabet Academy in Hamden. The ratio is 1-4, but everyone knows that an infant room with 8 babies and 2 teachers is an exercise in futility. So there were 3 of us. Eventually, I moved to assist in the 2-year-old room where I remain today. I have 3 children that are in childcare. My 4-year-old is in preschool at Alphabet Academy, and my 2-year-old twins attend a school down the road that is more affordable because of the quality of care, the Reggio Emilia philosophy, the social emotional learning, the food program, and among many other reasons. I wish that they can all be at the school that I work at. I do qualify for Care for Kids, and I suppose I could say it's working for me. Care for Kids is the only reason why I can remain employed at all. Unfortunately, although I can remain employed, I still do not live a full life, one without so many restrictions for myself and my family. All I do with my earnings is pay for childcare and feed my children. There is nothing left, nothing to juggle or cut back on. I am very frugal. If I could send my children to childcare without cost, a world would open up for my family, one that the families I serve participate in that I cannot. Every year I contemplate leaving early childcare education to work at another job that can provide more income for my family. Every year it is a discussion, and every year it's a hard choice, and I have left so many of my colleagues that had to make that hard decision. We've lost a lot of great educators over the years to this choice. I am so grateful that you see us now. I see every day firsthand that our industry is on fire. Even now, all of us in the early care and education field seem to be the only ones who are really on the front lines trying to put out or at least manage it. We need help now. Please give us water. You absolutely have it, and we will surely perish without it. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I like that. Give us water and we'll put the fire out. I like that. Any questions from my colleagues? And please don't leave the industry. We need more people like you in it. Up next, we have Jennifer McLarney from CSEA, paraeducator, followed by Thomas Reyes.
Good afternoon, Representative.
Good afternoon, Jennifer.
I'm sorry?
Say good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. I'm sorry. I just came out of a busy cafeteria. I apologize. Good afternoon, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Jennifer McLarney, and I live and work in Tolland. I'm a paraeducator, and I'm here today to offer testimony in support of House Bill 5348, an act concerning paraeducators. Connecticut has a paraeducator shortage. At last count, the state had over 1,000 paraeducator positions open. My own district has many open positions, and I would speculate that almost every district in the state has open paraeducator positions. A livable wage would make it easier for the districts to hire the staff they need to support the system, to support the students and the school systems. I've been a para for 13 years, and my starting pay in 2011 was $10.44 an hour. Now it is $18.64. And while that looks like a dramatic increase, a large part of that was due to the passage of Connecticut's minimum wage over the last few years. The starting pay for a paraeducator in my district is $16.24 an hour, just 55 cents above Connecticut's minimum wage. $16.24 is not enough to attract people interested in becoming a paraeducator. A livable wage would attract and retain more paraeducators here in Connecticut. A livable wage is also necessary because approximately 20% of each of my paychecks goes towards my insurance premium. And while the Board of Ed contributes 50% of my deductible, I am still responsible for $2,000 out of pocket. Last year, thanks to legislation passed by the General Assembly, I did receive a stipend of $1,400 to help with that deductible. While that funding definitely helped relieve some of my family's health costs, it didn't take them all away, and I was still personally responsible for $600 out of my pocket, which is equivalent to the entire amount of the take-home amount of my paycheck every 2 weeks for 2 weeks of work. That take-home pay of $600 for every 2 weeks is not enough. Paras in my district are 10-month employees, and we do not get paid over the summer, cannot collect unemployment, and we do not have a pension. Paraeducators need a livable wage. Paraeducators have many roles within our Connecticut schools. We are all valuable and we are all necessary. Paraeducators equal student success. We need a livable wage to be able to maintain and stay in this profession. A livable wage would make a massive difference in my life and in the life of paraeducators across our state. It would strengthen our schools and provide more student support, which is greatly needed. Other states have recently adopted paraeducator livable wage legislation, and I hope with your support, Connecticut will be next. Thank you for your time and consideration. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer, for your testimony. And as you know, Jennifer, there's some legislation we were talking about earlier, trying to help underwrite the cost of healthcare for our paras. We're looking forward to doing that. Comptroller Scanlon was here earlier to testify on that behalf. And again, thank you for all the work you do.
Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Thomas Reyes, followed by Nakia Hall, and then Diane Goose.
O for Latinos for educational advocacy and diversity. I'm here to support SB number 287 on indoor quality at the schools, and also to address an issue that has been plaguing the Danbury school system for many years, compromising the future of our children. Our most populous high school in the state happens to be in Danbury, with a population of 3,600 that exceeds the safety standards for the building, and which now requests funding for tents to serve lunch. So how can one ensure healthy air quality when you are actually exceeding the capacity of the building, when you are actually expanding in areas where safety cannot be ensured? And then it is not hard to connect an overcrowded school situation with potential issues with absenteeism, which happens to be extremely high in the system, exceeding the 5% target by threefold, almost fourfold actually. It's not hard to connect it when, people like allergy sufferers like myself and one of my children, this has a big impact on our lives as well. So we hope that this overcrowding can be solved, and there are solutions that are longer term, and there are solutions that can occur in a shorter term. One of them, there is a Danbury charter school that has been approved for 7 years with a building ready to go, which can provide a much needed relief, and that can actually start offering services for 110 students for a brighter future. Also, it is also important to connect this to what is going on with the students learning. So it's not just, are they getting sick? Are they actually learning anything? And when we look at, the objective measure that the state has for next gen accountability index, we have seen a drop in our school. We have seen a six points drop actually over the same time period when our school was approved.
I'm anxious to summarize.
Well summarized. So again, so we see there is a connection to health, is a connection to achievement, and we are failing miserably, right? And then we have a solution that is ready to go. And I do hope that we can all close our eyes and see the 2030 graduation class from the Danbury International Academy to occur because of funding that this committee will approve.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we have up next Nakia Hall, followed by Diane, and then Jose.
Good afternoon, Chairs McCrory and Curry, Ranking Members McCarty and Berthel, and the distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Nakia Hall, and I am the Director of External Relations for Achievement First 10 Public Schools here in Connecticut. I am here today to enthusiastically support HB 5347 and the inclusion of public charter school eligibility in the HVAC Indoor Air Quality Grant Program. The COVID pandemic was a testament to how important it is that our schools can meet the basic expectation of maintaining clean and operational heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems. Every student in Connecticut should be guaranteed a safe and clean learning environment. That should be the default. Explicitly including public charter schools in the air quality grant will show that our state values the health and safety of all of its students, regardless of where they live or what type of public school they attend. In our schools, where we serve thousands of Black, Brown, and income-challenged students, we have to continually decide between using money intended for classroom instruction or making repairs to outdated and unsafe equipment and structures. A lot of times, we have to delay repairs, which just compounds the problem. Here are just a few points that I pray motivate you to prioritize the health of our kids and staff. In our Bridgeport schools, one of the 2 boilers is expected to reach its life expectancy in 2025, which may require asbestos abatement. We expect the removal, purchase, installation, and potential abatement to cost between $150,000 to $250,000. One building has many steam pipes, which due to age have rotted and require emergency replacements, repair, or maintenance. In our New Haven schools, we have failing return heat exchangers, all of which have reached or exceeded their life expectancy and require immediate replacement. We have a school that runs on central air conditioning systems and boilers. We have identified this system requires $300,000 to bring it up to standard running conditions. This includes the replacement of 5 chiller coils, mini ductless replacement, and heat exchange replacement. Having to choose between providing our scholars with an exceptional learning experience or making sure the air they are breathing is safe is unacceptable and really no choice at all. Please support HB 5347 and show the nearly 11,000 students attending public charter schools that our state values the air they breathe just as much as their peers. This should be one of the easiest decisions to make, and I am hopeful that we can put politics aside and students first. Thank you for your time, Senator.
Thank you, Ms. Hall, for your testimony. You made it loud and clear that all students should be treated same.
Yes, sir.
The mechanism for doing that in this piece of legislation. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we'll move forward. Thank you again, Ms. Hall. Diane Goose, then followed by Jose Pimento, then Vanessa Logan. Diane? No, Diane. Diane, are you there? Oh, there you are.
Hi, I'm sorry, I was having problems with my computer. I'm
Okay.
in the closet, so at my classroom, so excuse the
Okay.
mess behind me.
You're not in trouble, are you?
No, 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 I'm hiding to do my testimony. Then I have to go out and get the kids out to the buses.
Okay, then you better hurry up because I know how that bus situation is.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, ranking members and members of the Education Committee. My name is Diane Burguz. I am here to speak in support of House Bill 5348. I'm a lifelong resident of New Haven. I work at Celentano Biotech Health and Medical Magnet School in New Haven as a paraprofessional. I have worked for the children of New Haven for 24 years. I'm a member of AXME Local 3429, the New Haven Paras Union. I'm here to address the challenges paras face in our state. I'd like to give you an idea of what I do in a day. In a special needs classroom, there are 11 to 16 children on 11 to 16 different learning levels. It is impossible for the teacher to teach in a group setting all day. This is also true in a general ed classroom with up to 22 children. This is why paras are teaching our children. I have been bitten, headbutted, spit at, bruised, scratched, sometimes all in one day. I diaper children ranging in age from 9 to 15 years old. In 1999, when I started, I was receiving $16,000 a year. 24 years later, and I don't even make $25,000 a year. On the occasion we got a raise, our healthcare costs rose, eating up and then some what we had received. I pay $400 a month for my healthcare. $4,000 a year, making my yearly income just under $21,000. This is outrageous and something should be done. There is a shortage of paras in our state due to wages, healthcare, and retirement benefits. As it stands now, I will get a lump sum of $17,000, not even 1 year's pay when I retire. I'm a lucky para, so I'm getting nothing at all. I've saved money during the school year, not for vacations or emergency funds, but to pay my expenses through the summer. I'm ashamed to admit that I received Section 8 to help pay for my rent. 24 years working full-time, and I need help to pay for my apartment. Paras with children often qualify for SNAP benefits. We deserve a living wage. Schools would have extreme difficulties running day-to-day operations without paras, as we often substitute. It's the children that will ultimately pay if we cannot afford to attract and retain adequate staffing. For this to happen, we need a living wage, affordable health care, and retirement benefits. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. And make sure
You're
you get
welcome.
back to that bus. We don't want to make sure them kids get on that bus.
I will. Thank you.
I know. Any
Bye-bye.
questions? Thank you. Any questions for the committee?
Ooh.
Okay. Seeing none. Next up, we have
Okay.
Jose. Oh, you in person. Okay. It's your floor.
Senator McCrory and members of the Education Committee. Thank you for granting us the opportunity to speak here today. I stand before you as a proud representative of Danbury, Connecticut, and also as the CEO of LEAD. Danbury has the largest high school in Connecticut with almost 4,000 students. So I am here to express my strong support of HB 5347, an act concerning grants for public projects. I think the HVAC and clean air system are vital for our student safety. We just went through a pandemic that wreaked havoc in our education system, in our world, and it is something that has not gone away. I think this is a matter of public safety to ensure that we have clean air for all the school. Another part that I like about this House bill is that it includes charter schools, the ability to also apply. We need to make sure that we include all of our public schools so that all of our children have access to clean and healthy air. And that is a human right, I think, for all to have. So again, thank you very much for all the work you do. And I hope that you do support the passage of HB 5347.
Yeah. Thank you for your testimony. That was complete. You still got another minute. You don't want to talk anymore? No, I'm just messing, I'm just joking, I'm just joking. Any questions from the committee? Up next, Vanessa Logan, followed by Shelley Davis, followed by Diane, and I'm gonna butcher your last name, Lauricia, from Norwalk Zero Waste Coalition. Vanessa? No Vanessa? All right. Shelley Davis, followed by Diane, and then Karen Urigo.
Been a paraeducator in the Hartford Public Schools for 33 years. It is on behalf of my colleagues and the students we support that I'm testifying in favor of House Bill 5384. There is a crisis in our classrooms across the state. Paraeducators have reached the end of their ropes, struggling with low pay, unaffordable health insurance, no meaningful personal development, little hope of retirement, and violence in the classroom. They are tired of being ignored and dismissed, stressed out from not being supported, and exhausted from working 2 or 3 jobs. They love being paraeducators, but they cannot afford to be the sacrificial lamb any longer. School districts have repeatedly refused to invest in us so we can afford to keep working with the students who need us. I want to thank the committee for really hearing and seeing us by raising House Bill 5384. If enacted, House Bill 5384 would help districts retain and recruit paraeducators by establishing a minimum annual salary of $45,000. It doesn't sound like much, but is a substantial more than most paraeducators presently earn, and still less than a single person with no children working full-time must earn to support themselves in Connecticut. HB 5384 also paves the way for more affordable health care. These provisions alone call for greater levels of effort and transparency that we have not previously seen on our behalf. I'd like to call the committee's attention to 4 things we suggest to change. I have included suggested language in my written testimony to address 3 of these concerns. We appreciate the need to define paraeducators. However, we are concerned that the phrase direct supervision on line 8 may be problematic. Despite the federal definition, not all paraeducators are under the direct supervision of a teacher or another certified staff person. Many regularly work independently or in collaboration with certified staff. Others may hold a different title, but perform the functions of a paraeducator. We fear that the way this definition is currently written may exclude many who perform the role of a paraeducator from the benefits provided in the rest of the bill. We respectfully ask the committee to work with us to amend the definition to ensure it captures all who perform this work and are deserving of the benefits contained in this bill. Second, so I'll stop right there. You do have my written testimony. And if any questions, I can answer them.
Any questions from the committee? As we know that, all, this is still quote unquote a work in progress. So if there's some language that we need to address before this hits the floor, I'm sure we can take care of that.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
All right. Next up, we have Diane from Norwalk Zero Waste Coalition, followed by Karen, and then Lindsay Setti. Oh, Diane.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Diane, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, ranking members and esteemed committee members of the Education Committee. You do such an important job in our state. For the record, my name is Diane Lauricella. I'm having a bad hair day today, so please excuse my disheveled look, but I wanted to make sure I imparted some ideas and solutions in today's hearing. I live in Norwalk, Connecticut. And I wanted just to say that my main interest is in Senate Bill 287, an act concerning indoor air quality in schools. I'm a member of a statewide coalition that has been advising the committee. I forget offhand. Representative Leeper's committee that is studying the issue. I do want to say that there is a need to make sure that that committee continues their good work. It's complicated, and they've done a good job studying the issue. They have good people on the committee. I'm having a senior moment in actually naming the committee, the actual title. I wanted to state for the record, I do agree with Lou from Birch from CEA and what he said during his testimony. I wanted also to state that it is so important for indoor air quality in schools to be included because, and I wanted to thank you for allowing this hybrid option. I wanted mainly to say that our students and our teachers need to be given a chance to learn. And one way is to ensure that they know that they have a healthy school, that they are comfortable, and that they don't have allergic reactions, and that they have enough oxygen so that the HVA system, of course, is important that it's modern, that it's working properly, that it is regularly maintained, and that there is training for and money and support to ensure that the maintenance takes place in a timely fashion. I know that also, and I don't think this was included in the bill, but I hope it will be, and that is parents deserve to understand what the air exchange and the health of the rooms through the HVA system is, so that access of the public to the records of the inspection programs, even if it's done by a consultant and contractor, need to be made public. As you know, North Zero Waste Coalition.
Summarize.
Yes, I will. I will summarize in 30 seconds or less. The premise is that the child cannot learn if it's too hot, too cold, too dusty, too much odor or oxygen. So let's make sure we have, like you said, Senator, it was Representative Curry, good air, not just cool or warm air. Thank you for all you're doing, and I'll follow this bill in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the committee that would like to ask a question? All right, with that, we thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Karen Urego.
Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and all of the Education Committee, thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Karen Urego, and I live and I work in Hampden. I have a bachelor's degree in Spanish and psychology, and I've been working in the newsroom at Alphabet Academy in Hampden since 2017. In February of 2020, I gave birth to my only child, Valentina. Alphabet Academy offers a 20% discount off of tuition for employees with children needing care, and they do accept care for kids. But my husband is a police officer, and we do not qualify. When it was time to return to work, our family had to make an incredibly difficult decision about returning to a vocation in a school that I loved, but one that would leave me with absolutely no money after paying for childcare, taxes, and food for my family. Ultimately, I decided to return, but to say it has been a burden is an understatement because I understand what a high-quality foundation in early care and education can do for a person. I chose to stay and allow Valentina to participate in this wonderful early learning community. So many of my colleagues are not able to make this type of sacrifice when they are called upon to do so. The result is a chaotic and revolving door of quality, highly trained staff leaving. By allowing early care and education teachers to have their own children's child care paid for, not only would teachers and staff be able to keep working during their childbearing years, but the hiring crisis that we are experiencing will immediately be rejuvenated with qualified young professionals, which we desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Are there any members of the committee that would like to ask a question, make a comment? Okay, with that, we thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Lindsay Setti in person. Good afternoon, Lindsay.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Setti, and I serve as Advocacy Manager with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. I've submitted testimony on several different bills today, and I just want to make a few brief comments on two of them. On HB 5347 regarding school building project grants, CCM has some concerns with Section 3 of the bill, which requires a grant applicant to secure funding for the total project cost before applying for a grant instead of just the local share of a project cost. When a municipality presents its legislative body with a request for funding or holds a ballot referendum to bond millions of dollars, the actual project costs the municipality is responsible for should be presented to the public rather than a hypothetical worst-case scenario. Turning taxpayers out to vote for these types of ballot referendums is costly, and if we want these incredibly important school building projects to succeed, the public needs to consider real, actual numbers. CCM also has concerns with Section 10 of the bill, which requires a construction manager's contract to include a guaranteed maximum price for the cost of construction that cannot be altered by any change order issued for the school building project. While we understand the intent of trying to keep construction costs in line with the original approved bid, construction projects are routinely derailed due to unforeseen circumstances, which we all know if we've ever built anything. One question I have is, if a school building project requires a change order, would this mean a municipality would have to conduct a ballot referendum for additional dollars to fund that change? And what would happen if that referendum then failed? That could potentially doom project completion, or at the very least hold it up for years. On a different note, CCM supports Senate Bill 287, an act concerning indoor air quality in schools, which allows the Department of Administrative Services to provide a local board of education with an HVAC inspection waiver for 1 year, in addition to rolling out these inspections over a 5-year timeframe, 20% each year, and 5 years thereafter. CCM appreciates these provisions of the bill, which recognize the difficulty many schools have in scheduling needs evaluations due to the scarcity of qualified inspectors. Thank you for your time, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lindsay. Are there any members of the committee that would like to ask a question or make a comment? Okay, with that, we thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Kim Harris, remote.
Good morning to the chair, co-chair, and education committee. My name is Kim Harris. I'm here in support of SB 286. I am a center director at Harrison Tucker School, a member of Circle, and a community leader that runs children and youth programs for Inspire Communities, Inc. in New Hallville, a neighborhood in New Haven. I love, love, love the idea of preschool teachers being paid on parity with teachers in the public school system, especially those in community programs who have worked hard to educate and to be educated. But this would need funding help from our government. For our school, this would take, on the low end, an extra almost $4,000 a month times 12. You can imagine almost an extra $50,000 per year, which means we would have to raise our tuition by 34.5% per child. With the cost of everything, you can imagine the reaction of parents. I too, like an earlier speaker, would love for teachers to have an equal cup of water so that they too can live their best life possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kim. Are there any members of the committee that have any questions or comments for Ms. Harris? Okay, with that, we thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Cheryl Elliott.
Hello, Senator McCrory, Representative Sanchez, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Cheryl Elliott, and I am a resident of Bristol, where I work as a paraeducator at Northeast Middle School. I also serve as Vice President of AFSCME Local 2267, which represents non-certified staff in our schools. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 5348, an act concerning paraeducators. House Bill 5348 would be a great step in improving the work, life, and career opportunities of paraeducators. The paraeducators are the boots on the ground, the front line for meeting the needs of the students. But sadly, many can't meet their own financial needs without working multiple jobs. Many can't even afford the insurance that is offered in or on Husky. And I don't know of a single para who hasn't spent their own money on student supplies, snacks, clothes, as well as items to help their students cope, even with the low wages. We give to our students on a regular basis. We do it for the students because we care. But there is burnout. We consistently have 15 to 20 open positions in Bristol, with paras leaving almost daily, it seems. And when paras are out for a day or longer, it is very rare that we get a substitute para. So we work twice as hard to make it work short-staffed. The kids are the ones who miss out. I've been a paraeducator for close to 27 years, and during that time, the job has changed. The demands are more as are the requirements for being a paraeducator. It is difficult to prepare for the classes when you don't have planning time. You need time to do the assignments and read the current book they're reading ahead of time in order to be able to help them. We have to be flexible and adjust on a moment's notice and deal with the behaviors that can be time consuming while assisting other students. You have to be up to date with all the computer programs and devices students are using too. Technology has become such a major part of their educational experience that is another area we have to learn and adapt to. Our job is physically demanding, moving around the room, standing the majority of the day, and for some, and I did it for 9 years, you are lifting and changing students, putting them in therapy devices, standers, walkers, on the mats, etc., often moving down on the floor with the students or bending down to be at their level. The job of the paraeducator has gotten harder. Many regular ed teachers are shocked with what we have to do and put up with. Kids' needs are getting more difficult with both physically and mentally. Receive some training and often use it to maintain control with students whose disabilities can lead to outbursts. But we can still be hit, bit, spit on, and get sworn at on a regular basis and are often injured in these situations. The battle against the distraction caused by cell phones and the playing of games on Chromebooks is a constant struggle, and it's difficult to keep students on task. We do this job for the love of helping the children and not for the pay. Even if one day is rough, you still get up and go to work because each day is a new one. This could be the day you see the one or more of your students has gotten the math you've been working on, or they finished the project they've been working on and are so excited and proud. You know you have made a difference. Having done this job for a long time, it helps. And I know I've made a difference in their lives. Increasing the pay and the affordable health insurance would definitely help make a difference in our lives. House Bill 5348 is an opportunity to treat paraeducators with the respect and dignity we've earned. However, it needs to go further to ensure that our paraeducators are compensated fairly and respectably as part of our career path. It's time to take action and raise our pay, lower our healthcare costs, and improve our retirement.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you
so much. As a classroom teacher, I certainly that depends on para educators. I certainly appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Any questions by the committee or comments by the committee? Okay, with that, we thank you for your testimony, Cheryl.
Thank you.
Yes, we welcome number 37, Yesenia Fuentes. Remote. Okay, she doesn't seem to be here. Welcoming Kelly McQueenie. Are you here online? Okay. Next, we have Linda Fectow.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Linda Fecto, and I am a resident of Niantic. I have spent over 2 decades in the ECE industry. I am here representing Fran Pastori, CEO of the Women's Business Development Council, or WBDC, as our Child Care Business Program Manager. WBDC is a nonprofit that provides business education and grants to women-owned small businesses and childcare providers throughout the state to help them launch and scale their ventures. Our Child Care Business Support Program is a pioneering model offered in partnership with OEC. Since our program's inception, we have delivered nearly 9,000 hours of education and over $6 million in grants to early childhood businesses across Connecticut. We've supported over 8,000 childcare jobs and nearly 36,000 childcare slots. My testimony today is regarding Senate Bill 286, particularly sections 1 and 2. This is based on my experiences as a past child care center owner, early childhood educator, and a business advisor to hundreds of child care programs across the state. Section 1 requires that early childhood educators be paid according to the OEC compensation schedule. Increased compensation is key to helping professionalize the industry, and we want all childhood staff to be paid what they deserve as educators. However, there must be funding to meet this objective, and with the already precarious financial model of early childhood programs, this is not possible for the owners or the families that they serve. One of the centers that I work with has done the math. She says it would cost our center $185,000 more a year. We're licensed for 40 children. That means we would need to raise our tuition by $89 per child per year, or an additional $4,650,000 per child per year to pay those wages. How can families afford this, especially in high SVI communities? As such, I call on the committee to work with your colleagues to identify public funding to make this increased compensation possible. Section 2 would provide free childcare for early childhood educators through Care for Kids, irrespective of their income. Given the battle childcare programs have faced in attracting and retaining quality staff due to low wages and benefits, I strongly urge you to support Section 2. Solving the cost of care issue for educators means they are more likely to stay in the field they love and be there to support our children's development. Therefore, we call on you to pass Section 2 of SB 286 and work with your colleagues to find funding that would allow Section 1 of the bill raising compensation rates to be possible. These steps would reduce the workforce barriers that have plagued us for too long. They have meaningful impact on the EC industry in the short and long term, benefiting children, families, and the state's economy. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Are there any members of the committee that have questions or comments? Okay, with that, Linda, we thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for your time. Have a good afternoon.
You too. We're going to head back to Yesenia Fuentes online.
Hi,
Hi, good afternoon. Welcome.
good afternoon. Dear distinguished members of the Education Committee, I hope this testimony finds you well. My name is Yesenia Fuentes. I am a proud parent of 3 young children, ages 12, 8, and 3. Today, I am reaching out to you with the concerned parents who understand firsthand the challenges that many families face in assessing affordable and high-quality childcare. In my role as a parent and also a parent ambassador for the city of Bristol, I frequently encounter fellow parents who are struggling with their financial burden of childcare costs and the difficulty of finding suitable options in close proximities to their homes. It is disheartening to witness parents fearing the loss of their jobs due to the lack of childcare or having to negotiate lower rates with providers because they simply cannot afford the current costs. In these moments, I find myself questioning whether the necessary support and assistance are for families like ours. I bring to your attention to House Bill 5346, a crucial piece of legislation that addresses the shortcomings in our current childcare system. This bill will help fund if implemented, has the potential to alleviate the financial strains for both parents and childcare providers. The fund presents a unique opportunity to allocate resources specifically for childcare purposes, ensuring that the money designated for its crucial need remains within the childcare sector. One notable aspect of the bill is its commitment to expanding childcare services in areas that are socioeconomically disadvantaged and lack the necessary city funds to create new childcare spaces. This proactive approach can make a significant difference in the lives of families who are currently underserved in terms of accessible and affordable childcare. Allow me to share a personal story of myself and the importance of this issue. I am, as I mentioned, a parent of 3 children, and I do have a middle class household and cannot afford childcare without really using different funds available to me, funds that are no longer, I no longer qualify due to my higher income than most families. Such as Care for Kids and other different things that I have been able to use in the past. In conclusion, I strongly urge you to lend your support to House Bill 5346. By doing so, you have the power to make a positive impact on the lives of countless families like myself, providing them with the support they need to balance work and childcare responsibilities. Thank you for your time. I'm sorry, you're muted.
I'm sorry. Thank you for your testimony. I was saying you ended just in time. The bell went off and your last words went off at the same time. I appreciate you. You must have, did you practice that?
I did not.
Okay, all right. You landed it. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Meryl Gay. Meryl, followed by Troy Taylor, followed by Shayla Rivera. Okay, no Meryl. Troy Taylor. No Troy. Sheila Rivera. No Sheila. What's this, happy hour or something? What's going on here? Shoot. Stacy Birdsong. Stacy Harris Birdsong. No Stacy. I think it's Stephen Tracy. All right, come on, Stephen. Oh, you ain't getting invited. All right.
Senator McCrory and members of the committee, thank you for your time this afternoon. My name is Steve Tracy. I am a lifelong public school educator, retired now as a high school teacher and school superintendent here in Connecticut. Here in my capacity today as the chair of the planning team for the Danbury Charter School, with respect to Raise Bill 5347, which addresses a number of school construction projects around the state and the issue of air quality. As a charter school advocate, I'm especially pleased to see endowed academies and charter schools finally included in the provisions of this legislation. I think we can all agree that every child deserves clean and healthy air to breathe, regardless of the type of public school that they may attend. So hopefully that one turns out to be a no-brainer. I also note that as a Danbury advocate, that there is a $10 million grant listed in this bill, Danbury High School. And I would certainly hope that you all would look favorably on that proposal. I know that today is not the day to talk about charter school funding, so I'll just close on behalf of the hundreds of families that are looking to enroll their children in the Danbury Charter School. After 6 years of waiting, I hope this is the year that these families find the will in this building to do the right thing for their kids. Thanks very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none from the committee, we're going to go back to Meryl. Meryl Gay, you're up next.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. Thank you for coming back. I had a internet connection problem there. My name is Merrill Gay. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance, and I thank you for this opportunity to testify today on House Bill 5346 and Senate Bill 286, I'm sorry. The Early Childhood Alliance supports the creation of a early education fund, the way that was established in the budget last year. The proposal in House Bill 5346 to use unexpended funds from the school readiness and child development programs is one way to fund this. My written testimony explains that we will need substantially more money than that to make a difference in this problem. I've also submitted written testimony for Senate Bill 286. The three sections there, the wage issue for early educators. You will hear from many childcare providers about their desire to raise wages, but the impact that a mandated raise would have, that it's anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000 per child in additional cost that would go to parents. We strongly believe that we need to consider early education as a public good, and we need to have public funding to make that possible. To pit early educators versus parents as far as who gets paid and who has to pay is a real problem here. Finally, I want to focus on Section 2 in Senate Bill 286, which would provide free childcare for early educators. As my testimony explains, we are short 4,000 early educators. That is 1 out of 7 positions vacant. If you thought about that in a public school setting, it would be chaos. You could not function with 1 out of 7 people missing. Early education programs are operating at less than 3/4 capacity because they don't have the staffing. We need to raise wages. That will cost a lot more money. But we also need to think about things that we can do with the resources that we have to attract people and retain people in the workforce. Providing free childcare to early educators is something that Kentucky has done and something that Rhode Island has looked at. Other states are looking at this as a possibility to strengthen the early care workforce, and we need to do that as well. Thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Just wondering, in terms of the impact of the lack of access to early childhood, to childcare in general, what impact does that have on families trying to work, especially our low-income families that are maybe running out of supplements through the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program?
Not having childcare makes it very difficult to work. We have a lot of families who are having to make do with unlicensed care, family, friend, and neighbor care because they haven't been able to access childcare. In my written testimony on Senate Bill 286, there's an interactive map recently produced by United Way 211 that enables you to look at each town and see how many licensed spots there are, how many of those are actually in use and or are available for use, and then how many are actually being used. And across the state, 3/4 of, or more than a quarter of the licensed childcare is offline. So 40,000 spaces that are licensed are offline and not available for families to use. And that is primarily because programs can't staff up.
Thank you so much for your testimony and your work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Next, we're gonna go back to somebody that we missed at 43, Stacy Harris Birdsong. Stacy, you're mute.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. For some reason, my picture is not unmuting.
But we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairman McCory, Chairman Curry, ranking members, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Stacy Harris Birdsong. I'm president of AFSCME Local 3194, representing peer educators and educational staff at the Cooperative Region Education Council, where I've worked as a lead educator for 31 years. I'm also president of AFSCME Council 4. Our union represents thousands of peer educators across Connecticut. I'm testifying in support of HB 5348. Peer educators are the unsung heroes of the classroom. They provide specialized assistance with students with special needs, helping to guide students with learning disabilities, language barriers, and supporting behavior modifications. They also help teachers save valuable class time by ensuring students keep pace with their peers and don't fall behind. My own family has benefited from incredible parents who were more than educators. They were an extension of those in students' lives in our community and ongoing. This bill serves as a significant lifeline for the paras. It will help them to retain these heroes who are undeniable and definitely critical to the students' achievement and recruit more to the profession. Our students deserve
Having a little hard time.
Fighting chance. They go without the consistency of paras in their lives. 4-8, and thank you for your time. Thank you so much, Mr. McCory.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony and also for all the hard work and service you have provided for our families and our children and our public school systems throughout the years. Any questions from the committee? Seeing, oh, there you go.
Finally, after all of that.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was really you. I didn't see your face, but now
That was really me. It would not it would not unmute all that time.
Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony and your service.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Linda Randy from AFSCME.
Okay.
Linda?
Look, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm from Local 3429 of Council 4. Good afternoon, Senator McCoy, Representative Curry, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Linda Randy. I'm a resident of New Haven, and I work at Nathan Hale School. I am offering testimony in support of House Bill 5348, an act concerning peer educators. Peer educators work every day with students, may it be one-on-one assistance for special needs students, small instructional groups, or manage a whole classroom when the classroom teacher is absent. Despite the important roles we play, we are the lowest paid member staff in our schools. House Bill 5348. This bill is an opportunity for peer educators of Connecticut to begin to be treated fairly with respect and dignity that we earned. I've been a peer educator for 38 years. Myself and many other peer educators have to work 2 jobs to make ends meet. I only make $27,165.81 a year. Our local is under negotiation for a new contract. I voted not to accept this contract. They only wanted to give me a check for $2,000 in June, not even a cost of living raise, because I was on my final step 4. That is not enough money for me to buy peanut butter, jelly, and a loaf of bread. I am proud to be a peer educator. I truly enjoy working with children. Please consider passing this bill of 5348 so the paraeducators can have the salary they work so hard for and deserve. Thank you for listening on behalf of all paraeducators.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony and all the hard work and service you provide for our young people, our children, and our families. Any questions for Linda? Seeing none. Again, Linda, thank you for your testimony.
Have a good
Next,
evening. Thank you.
thank you. Hyslus Williams, followed by Julie Cinnamon, followed by Linda Ladone.
Good afternoon.
Well,
I
hello.
hope everyone is
How are
doing
you?
well. I wanted to be there, but I can't in person today. So I'm trying to see if I can. Oh, here's my video. There we go.
There you go.
So it looks a little empty there, and I wish I could be there in person. As I said, good afternoon to everyone, and my name is Hyslus Williams. I am the president of AFSCME Local 3429, which represents over 400 paraprofessionals in New Haven, Connecticut. And I'm testifying today, of course, in support of HB 4358, an act concerning paraeducators. Thank you for raising this bill. HB 5348 is a crucial step in improving the work life and career opportunities of Connecticut paraeducators. But most of all, this bill is an opportunity to begin to treat paraeducators with the respect and dignity they have earned. You've heard from many of us today saying the same things, talking about the work we do and the underappreciation and the low pay that we get. Linda before me is my colleague, and she voted down the contract negotiation that we had a tentative agreement with. And so this bill will, if passed, would really do justice to us to ensure that the municipalities will not underpay us. They will give us living wages, and that's what we deserve. And I'm hoping that this bill can go through and give us that opportunity to earn living wages. We've worked hard and we've earned it. Everybody knows who knows of the school system, been through the school system, or who have had family or friends through the school system, knows the work that the paraprofessionals do. And I'm hoping that we can be heard, and that is at your level, which I really appreciate you taking the time to look into this, will be able to make a change for us and make it feasible for us to make living wages. We often receive inconsistent and inadequate retirement benefits. In the case of New Haven, we do not even have a retirement plan. And with the low wages we receive, we will not be able to have sustainable Social Security income when we do retire. We would have to work multiple jobs or work till we are incapacitated or we leave this life in order to survive. The maximum salary for our group of paraprofessionals, which some people have been here for over 54 years. We have paraprofessionals that's been in this New Haven public school system for 54 years. Majority of people are over 20 years of service, and the maximum salary is $31,000. I hope the language could also include paraprofessionals getting I'm sorry. Still at work.
That's a signal that it's time to summarize.
Yes, it's time for me to summarize. And I will summarize by saying thank you for the opportunity to testify today. And I'm asking you to pass this bill, and just to bear in mind that our working condition equals to the students' learning condition. And I thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And it's Hyslus, by the way. Hyslus.
Hyslus.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Williams? Hyslus is her first name.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Julie Cinnamon, followed by Linda Ladone, followed by John Butts.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory and all members of the Education Committee. My name is Julie Cinnamon. I am a resident of West Haven, and I am a paraeducator in the Fairfield School District. I offer the following testimony in support of House Bill 5348, an act concerning paraeducators. I began my second career as a paraeducator 30 years ago. I, like so many other paraeducators, have a 4-year degree. Mine is in education. As a paraeducator, I've taken courses on working with visually impaired. I've taken a 10-month course in applied behavior analysis and discrete trial instruction. I've had to administer medications in emergencies, help students eat, and help with occupational and physical therapy. I must be able to modify work on the spot. I have learned a variety of reading programs over the years. I also know the entire curriculum for each grade level. I've worked with 6th graders, 7th graders, and 8th graders, sometimes one of each from each grade. Flexible has become my middle name. On a regular day, I work with up to 6 students in groups and individually. I must know what each student needs to be successful. While I am supporting and helping students, I am tracking their behaviors and goals and objectives for 1 to 2 students at a time. I might have to rephrase directions, read or scribe for a student without appearing intrusive. I work in a middle school. I have to be a good listener, a mediator, a counselor, and a cheerleader. For 7 hours a day, I try to guide my students through the emotional and academic complexities of being a middle school student. I've been told that I'm not a professional because I do not need to have a 4-year degree. I have been told I am nothing more than a bored parent to occupy her time. The word para makes me sound less than what I am. I deserve a living wage and acknowledgement that I am an important partner in the education of students in our public schools. I began this journey at the state level over 20 years ago, and here I am again, once again, urging you all to please acknowledge the importance of paraeducators by voting for House Bill 5348. If anyone has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Well, you already did my job. I appreciate that. You heard what the young lady said. Anyone got any questions for her? Please present your case. Seeing none.
Thank you very
for
much.
your testimony. Next up, we have Linda.
Yes, hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you also.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, ranking members and members of the Education Committee. My name is Linda Ladone and I am a paraeducator at Waterford High School and have worked as a para for 27 years. I am also president of Local 1309, which represents paraeducators in Waterford school system. I am here to testify in support of House Bill 5348. Paraeducators are on the front line supporting students and teachers every day in the classroom. But we often take on multiple roles like teachers, therapists, behavior modification specialists, and the list goes on. But we do it because we love working with our students and building trust with them so they can be successful academically, socially, and emotionally. I've seen the impact we can have on students I serve every day. One of the students I'm fortunate to work with went from a withdrawn and anxious freshman to a thriving senior involved in school activities and looking forward to graduating. At the end of every school year, paras have success stories about students they assist. But even with how much we love the work we do, there is a massive problem for all paras, and that's low compensation. Low pay has resulted in school districts having a problem with recruitment and retention with paraeducators. Over the past year and a half, we had 23 paras resign in our district, in addition to being 8 paras short already. When this happens, it impacts all of us. This adds extra stress to paras who stay to fill in the gaps to make sure students don't fall behind. Good paras who love working with their students are forced to leave after a few months because they can't survive on unlivable wages. I want to thank the committee for the House Bill 5348, which would make tremendous progress towards addressing this issue. This bill would give most paras a raise and allow them to feel secure in their life so that they can better focus on the students. You have the power to help us. We deserve a living wage that matches the value we bring to our students, our schools, bring to our schools and students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none. Next up, John Butts, followed by Liz, and followed by Victoria Salen. That's Liz Morrow.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory.
Oh, there you go. Good afternoon.
Representative Curry, members of the Education Committee. My name is John Butts. I'm the Executive Director of the Associated General Contractors of Connecticut, and I'm here to testify in qualified support of HB 5347, which contains state school construction grant commitments for FY 2024, but also makes changes to the construction's change order process, to which we are opposed as it is currently worded. You have my written testimony, so I will summarize. We strongly support the funding portion of this bill because investing in school construction projects will not only provide much needed assistance into school districts, it will also result in substantial economic benefits to the state and the local communities in which the projects are built. Regarding the change order section of the bill, I'm specifically referring to section 9, where it says a construction manager shall not be entitled to any additional compensation beyond the guaranteed maximum price for the cost of construction as a result of any change order or other change directive issued for such project. All standard construction contracts provide that if a change order is issued and all parties agree to the change, then the guaranteed maximum price is increased so that the new and updated GMP includes not just the updated scope, but the cost to perform that scope as well. So if the intent of section 9 is to allow the GMP to be adjusted during the project as change orders or directives occur, then the contract will allow the CM to be compensated for those costs as they should be. However, if the intent of this wording is to deny the construction manager compensation for any change order directed or required during the project beyond the original guaranteed maximum price, the provision would be contrary to all construction industry standards and contracts. We have concerns that the provision, as repeated further along in the bill, could be inferred to mean that it would indeed deny the construction manager any compensation for changes in the project made beyond the original guaranteed maximum price. And we have offered an amendment in our testimony so that the provision would better conform to the standard construction industry practice by allowing for the GMP to be adjusted when a change is made to the project. We understand these provisions may reflect a certain frustration with the change order approval process for construction projects. That process involves many different parties and interests, both public and private. The state, local school districts, architects, program administrators, construction managers, and subcontractors. And it can be sometimes complicated and multifaceted system because they all have a role to play when it comes to making changes in the project. Consequently, identifying the snags within the system are not always simple to nail down, and blame cannot easily or usually be cast on one party. We believe any search for answers will involve the cooperation and participation of as many parties as possible. But since construction managers play a key role managing the entirety of the project, it stands to reason that they need to step up and help find a solution. Therefore, we as an organization representing the construction industry in general and the construction managers in particular stand ready to assist this committee and other state officials in that endeavor. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I don't know, I guess I'll just save my questions for later. I'm assuming you have a project and you have a change order, and when you have the change orders, most of the times that's mean that the price of that project going to be increased, right?
I'm sorry, the project would be,
The cost of the project will increase. Normally, when you have a
Yes.
change order, the cost of the project increases, correct?
right, standard practice is that when you have that change order, the GMP increases as the change order is approved and everyone agrees to it.
Right. So, but that change order has to be approved by both parties.
All parties, yeah,
all
mainly
parties.
the owner, designers, yes.
How often do you have change orders in a project that you traditionally do on a let's say on a school construction project?
Well, it depends, obviously. If you have unforeseen conditions, design defects or design errors, there could be missed items that when the original GMP was not put in. So yes, I don't have an answer on how
Right.
frequent they are, but I don't think I've ever seen or heard of a project that doesn't have changes.
Right.
Right.
And that's why you manage it. That's why
Right.
you have a construction manager. They
Right.
manage that project. That's their responsibility to make sure that project comes in at a certain rate and understanding that there could be some deviation because of the change orders. But it's the job of the construction manager to quote unquote get it right from the beginning, correct?
Yes, to the
Okay.
extent that they can manage what they can see up front. As the project goes on, things may change.
Right.
So-
Okay. All right. Is there any built-in resources when you put a bid together? Do you build in anything for variances just in case that happens? You know, if project costs.
Well, it depends on what the construction manager wants to put in. There is a contingency, the contract, the owner has a contingency, the construction manager has a contingency, so they try to anticipate what they may need, yes.
Right. Okay. All right. I don't have any more questions. Anyone else have any questions? All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Liz. And after Liz, we have Victoria, Celine, and AJ and Victoria. Para and student combination. That's you guys? All right. So okay. Yeah, 51, 52, but I don't see Liz. All right, Liz. Liz Morrow, no. All right, Victoria. And AJ.
He doesn't want to be near his mother. Good afternoon, Senator McCrory and the entire Education Committee. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. My name is Victoria Ceylon, and I'm a resident of Bridgewater. I work as a para-educator in the Danbury Public Schools at Granville Avenue School, which is our brand new preschool. I offer the following testimony in support of HB 5348 and Act Concerning Para-Educators. I could go on and I could tell you everything that you've already heard for hours today, and it's all true. We are underpaid, we are understaffed, we are overworked. I work in the pre-K program for our district where the students are ages 3 to 5. We lay the educational foundation for our youngest learners. I have the most incredible principal, and our staff of teachers and para-educators are second to none. We all work together to ensure that our students can be the best that they can possibly be. The teachers and administrators set educational goals for each of our special education students, and it is our job to implement those goals and support our students and teachers. Para-educators are the key to each student's success within the school. We are with our students from the beginning of their day until the time they leave. We teach our students social skills, coping skills, and support standard-based learning. We conduct small group instruction and individual instruction. I personally collect data on each one of my special education students daily. We also manage behaviors and follow behavior intervention plans set forth by teachers and behavior specialists. We monitor every student carefully and ensure their safety and care for their physical needs and our most medically fragile students. As you can see, we don't just teach our students their ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. That would be far too easy for us. We do so much more than what anyone sees or can even imagine. Paraeducators are struggling all over the state. We are underpaid and understaffed. There are so many positions unfilled in all districts, which means the ones that do work are doing the job of 2 to 3 paras. We run all day long, and by the end of the day, we are exhausted. Some go home to take care of their own children, while others go right to another job and just to make ends meet. We need help, and we are asking for your support. If we make more money, our existing paras would want to stay in the profession, and I believe more would want to become paraeducators. Right now, there is no incentive to stay or to come into a school system. We must be compensated fairly and equally. Our pay must be sustainable so that we don't have to worry about what bills we cannot pay in any given month, or how we will put food on the table, or whether or not we can afford to see a doctor because our high deductible hasn't been met. We want to continue to make a difference in the lives of our special needs students, but we need your help to ensure our security and our safety. Why am I so passionate about this? I am the mother of a son with cerebral palsy. He is here today to speak right after me. Essentially, he will tell his own story. I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in front of you, and please support student learning by prioritizing paraeducators and passing HB 5348. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Next up. All right, AJ.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory and members of the Education Committee. My name is AJ Salon, and I'm a resident of Bridgewater. I'm a recent graduate of the University of Connecticut. I offer the following testimony in support of HB 5348, an act concerning paraeducators. In 2001, I was born 17 weeks early with little or no chance of survival. I have cerebral palsy, and I struggle with simple life tasks every day. I have pushed through over 60 surgeries and countless hours of therapies. All that hard work has paid off. I graduated last spring from UConn with a bachelor's degree in speech and hearing sciences, and plan to continue my education this June and eventually become a doctor of audiology. I could not have come this far without my one-to-one paraeducator that I have had in the Danbury public school systems from the age of 3 to 18. My parents were second to none and went above and beyond their call of duty to help me be the best that I could be. There were two that stood by my side each for years at a time. The first one was when I was in elementary school. Miss Kelly taught me basic skills that I will carry with me forever. She taught me organizational skills, how to read, how to organize my thoughts on paper and out loud, how to socialize in an acceptable way, how to unscrew the top of a water bottle, how to walk safely in a crowded area, and so much more. She had medical issues, but she still showed up to work every day to help me. Her family even took her away on vacation after her treatments were complete, and she brought my parents and I each back a t-shirt. I will never forget that. The other parent I will never forget is Ms. Jenny. She was with me in middle school and high school. She was my second mother. I couldn't get away with anything. She taught me how to organize my studying and notebooks. If I didn't buy the correct materials at the beginning of the year, she would physically go out and buy them for me. She would spend her own money and do it on her own time just to ensure my success. Miss Ginny also taught me how to advocate for myself. She gave me strength in more ways she will ever know. She was my rock. Now my mother is a paraeducator giving back to a community that gave so much to me. She loves her students like they are her own children and worries about them even when she isn't working. I've seen my mother come home with bite marks, scratches, and so much more. 5 years ago, a student hurt her so badly that she had to have surgery and was out of work for 5 months. It's a difficult job. Paraeducators are heroes in my eyes because they help students like me that can't do everything on their own. We need help, and paras are our parents away from home, constantly educating us and protecting us. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Please support student learning by prioritizing paraeducators and passing HB 5348. Thank you.
Thank you, AJ, and thank you for your testimony, your advocacy for those who took care of you when you needed the most. I appreciate you, and thanks for proudly coming and discussing it with us. Anyone have a question for? Yes, Representative.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you. Also, I can see how proud your mom is of you. And I know it can take a lot of courage to come here and do this, but you obviously benefited tremendously from the investment your parents made in you, and you are now advocating so that other kids can have that same opportunity. So I just want to recognize that. It's huge. And thank you for coming before us. And I've worked in a school and I've seen the Herculean work our paras often do, and with often little pay and little recognition. And so I'm really grateful for you being here and championing them. Thank you.
Of course, thank you so much.
I'm sorry. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too wanted to congratulate you on your testimony. I am a parent of a child with cerebral palsy as well. Congratulations to you for going through college. That's awesome. That is a huge accomplishment, and I'm sure that you did work very, very hard. And congratulations to your paras that supported you along the way. And thank you to your mom, who's obviously done a great job, not only with you, but I'm sure with the kids that she cares for. So thanks again for your testimony. It was really, really heartfelt, and it means so much when it comes directly from you. So thanks so much again.
Representative Chaleski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too just want to thank you both for coming here today. You've been here for a long time sitting in this room. So certainly appreciate your very passionate and real testimonies. I've known a bit about you for a while now. I've not seen you, I think, since last year when we were around this table talking about the same topic, similar bill. AJ, congratulations, not just going through college, but on your first acceptance to graduate school. That's huge, and congratulations. I can't say enough of how proud the Danbury community is of you. And thank you both for what you do in your many hats and roles that you serve in several communities within the state of Connecticut. So thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments from the colleagues? Seeing,
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Senator.
For the second time.
Absolutely.
I would love to know where you're going to graduate school.
Uh-oh.
I don't know yet. I'm waiting to hear back from 2 schools, but as of right now, if I don't get into those schools, it looks like I'll be going to West Virginia University.
Okay. And what would you like to study?
I'm hoping to get my doctorate in audiology.
All right. Awesome. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Here you go. All right, Mom, you heard that. Okay. Next up, we have Travis Woodward, followed by Lenny Enriquez.
So good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarthy, Representative Chaleski, Representative Leeper, and Senator Seminara, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Travis Woodward. I'm a resident of Hamden and an engineer with the Connecticut Department of Transportation and president of CSCA SEIU Local 2001, a labor union representing over 23,000 state, municipal, Board of Ed, active and retired public and private sector workers, including thousands of paraeducators, school nurses, cafeteria workers, bus workers, and other Board of Education employees, as well as family child care providers. My submitted testimony covers HB 5348, SB 286, and SB 287, but I would like to focus my spoken remarks on the first bill, HB 5348, an act concerning paraeducators. While I'm proud to come before you today to advocate on behalf of Connecticut's paraeducators, I share the frustrations of paras that we have to fight for legislation to ensure that they are compensated fairly and treated with dignity and respect. Without paraeducators, our schools would not be able to function and our children would not be receiving the education they need to succeed. As you listen to paraeducators today during this hearing, I ask that you take their stories to heart. They are a critical part of the educational process, but their salaries and benefits do not reflect this. Students, paras, and teachers will tell you how important paras are, but their work is too often not funded at the level at which it needs to be. By establishing a minimum salary for paraeducators and extending and expanding the healthcare subsidy program administered by the Comptroller, House Bill 5348 directly addresses some of the most critical issues in which these dedicated educational professionals must contend. Paraeducators call on the committee to make 3 additional changes to this bill. First, paraeducators receive inconsistent and often inadequate retirement benefits. This legislation should include language that allows paraeducator units to choose to join the Connecticut Municipal Retirement System, CMERS. CMERS is a stable and well-funded retirement plan that will provide paraeducators with the economic stability they have earned at the end of their careers. Second, HB 5348 should require that the State Department of Education to collect important data on paraeducators, including information such as assigned job titles, hourly rates of pay, number of working days and hours, healthcare contributions as a percentage of salary, and their annual salary. This is all information that the SDE currently collects for teachers. The same should be done for paraeducators. And third, we appreciate the need to define paraeducator in statute, but we're worried that the phrase direct supervision on line 8 might be problematic. It is important to know that not all paraeducators are under direct supervision of a teacher or another certified staff person.
Travis,
As
can you summarize for me?
Sure. So we urge the committee to include language that prohibit boards of education from outsourcing the recruitment of paraeducators. We currently waste $2.5 million in our Hartford Public Schools by outsourcing this task, and other cities such as Bristol, Norwalk, and Waterbury have acted similarly. So now is the time for the committee and all the members of the General Assembly to take immediate and meaningful action to raise paraeducator pay. I urge you to support HB 5348 with our included changes. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much. Let me see. I don't see any questions. Oh, sorry, Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Could you please just give a little more information about the outsourcing for paraeducators and the cost perhaps before the local boards of ed did the outsourcing, and what is occurring now with respect to costs as this is taking on more and more areas?
Yeah, so Hartford Public Schools spent $2.5 million on a contract with a company out of Tennessee called Educational Staffing Resources, and that it's like a headhunter group to find paraprofessionals. And instead of spending all that money, it should go into the fund to better paraeducator pay and let us do our own recruitment. Right now, Bristol, Norwalk, and Waterbury do a similar method, and it's a waste of taxpayer dollars.
Thanks for your input. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative. Seeing no other questions, Travis, enjoy your day.
Thank you. Take care.
Take care. Next up is Lenny Enriquez. Number 54. I don't see you online. 55. Ariana Rojas.
Good afternoon, Education Committee co-chairs, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Vice Chair Senator Winfield, Representative Leeper, and honorable members of the Education Committee. Thank you for allowing me the time to testify this afternoon. I'm speaking in support of House Bill 5347, an act concerning authorization of state grant commitments for school building projects and revisions to the school building project statutes. This bill will finally allow public charter schools access the same air quality grant funding utilized by our fellow public schools. My name is Ariana Rojas, and I'm the Director of External Relations and Special Projects at Elevate Charter Schools, a nonprofit charter management organization located in Hamden. The mission of Elevate Charter Schools is to develop and operate high-performing charter schools that relentlessly provide each child with a rigorous and personalized educational experience, enabling them to reach their full potential in an ever-changing multicultural world. Our Chief Executive Officer, John Taylor, founded Elevate Charter Schools because of his deep-rooted passion and drive to improve the lives of all children. To ensure that as many scholars as possible can receive a life-changing education at our Elevate schools, we need to ensure that basic needs like healthy classroom air are met consistently. For a scholar to be ready to learn, we as educators, leaders, and administrators must be ready to provide essential resources like improved ventilation and filtration in our buildings. As a state-approved operator of Booker T. Washington Academy, we are navigating the funding challenges of needing to enhance our school facilities, but also needing to implement our educational program. Booker T. Washington Academy is a free K-8 public charter school serving approximately 450 students, the majority of whom are from economically disadvantaged neighborhoods throughout the city of New Haven. The lack of reliable facilities funding for public charter schools like BTWA, Booker T. Washington Academy, forces schools to choose between using money that's intended for classroom instruction to make any repair or delaying these facility improvement projects altogether. This is unacceptable in a state that claims to value equity and prioritizes the well-being of all students. House Bill 5347 presents a critical opportunity to rectify this disparity and ensure that public charter schools have equitable access to resources that support a safe and healthy learning environment. By including charter schools in the Air Quality Grant Program, this bill will enable schools like Booker T. Washington Academy to address air quality issues and improve HVAC systems without the need to divert funds from necessary educational programs. As representatives of the Education Committee, your support for House Bill 5347 is crucial in advancing educational equity and ensuring that all students have access to a safe and healthy learning environment. I urge you to vote in favor of this important bill and stand with us in our mission to provide every child with the opportunities they deserve and the basic needs they are entitled to in our schools. If we are proactive in creating and maintaining an optimal environment for health and safety, then we will know that we are successful in our mission to deliver a high-quality education to all children. Thank you for your attention to this matter and for your dedication to the well-being of all of Connecticut's students.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Ms. Rojas. I do not see any questions. Have a great day.
You too.
Next up, Dr. Troy Monroe.
Good afternoon, Education Committee members, Senator McCrory, and ranking members of the Education Committee. My name is Dr. Troy A. Monroe, and I am the CEO and Superintendent of Jamoke Academy Charter School Incorporated in Hartford, Connecticut. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Education Committee leadership for hosting the hearing on HB 5347, an act concerning authorization of state grant commitments for building projects and revisions to the school building projects statutes. Specifically, I'm here to speak to the section that addresses access to the HVAC air quality grant for all public students. Your support of HB 5347 comes at a critical time in education here in Connecticut for all public school students. As a leader in Connecticut's public charter school community, I am speaking to urge the Education Committee to unanimously approve HB 5347, giving public charter schools access to the HVAC air quality grant that will result in helping to provide the large resources needed to adequately address poor air quality in many of our public school campuses. Our inability to properly address this places our scholars in situations where their health, safety, and well-being can be significantly compromised. During the pandemic, emphasis was placed on the importance of schools being able to meet the basic expectations of maintaining clean and operational heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems so that kids and adults had clean air to breathe. At the Academy, we spent approximately $179,000 since 2019 on improving and maintaining HVAC systems on our campuses, and there's still more to be done. In accomplishing this, we were forced to choose between two unfavorable options: using money that's intended for classroom instruction to make the fix or delaying these projects altogether. The money spent over the last several years on outdated and antiquated HVAC systems could have been spent to better meet the social, emotional, and instructional needs of so many of our scholars. With $179,000 as an example, we could have created specialized classes in areas of STEM and arts to further enhance our scholars' instructional experiences and ensured more resources for their social and emotional well-being. In addition, those funds could have further provided resources to support families by assisting with getting our scholars to school daily by resulting in improving daily attendance. While it is recognized that charter schools in Connecticut are public schools, explicitly including public charter schools in the air quality grant will show that our state values the health and safety of all its students. Failing to support the explicit inclusion of public charter schools and opening up the door of access to the needed resources will jeopardize the potential health and safety of thousands of Black, brown, and low-income students who will effectively be denied equal opportunity and access to basic rights that they are also entitled to. In closing, support of this legislation allows our public schools to meet that basic expectation for students without compromising classroom instruction or other services. Thank you again for standing up for our scholars.
Thank you so much for your testimony today.
You're welcome.
Don't see any questions. Enjoy your afternoon, and I dig the red jacket.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Bye-bye.
Next up is Francesca Velasquez. Francesca?
Hi, how you doing? Good afternoon. I'm here to testify regarding SB 286. My name is Francesca Velasquez, owner of Play to Learn Centers based in Stamford and a member of Circle. Today, I wish to share our perspective on SB 286, which proposes significant changes. I would love to pay my teachers $24 an hour. They deserve it, but due to that would cost our center, and this is yearly, and this is just adding on to what I already pay them. It would cost me yearly $691,392. That would be per year, which we're licensed to care for across all centers, 143 children. That means that we would need to raise our tuition. Kind of basically each child would be $271. And noting that in Stamford, I charge for under threes, I charge $465. So that would be added on to that tuition to the families. While we support and intend to better and compensate early educators, we urge the consideration of the financial impact on providers and families alike. And then I also want to speak on Section 2, which is the Care for Kids program. Section 2 of the bill proposes making childcare free for early educators through the Care for Kids program. And this is disregarding their income and providing a full Care for Kids certificate without a parent fee to start at the ECE programs. I know in Stamford, the maximum amount that they pay is $422 a week. And that would definitely help us out, because if I'm charging $465 and they're meeting me almost more than, just leaving a little bit of it to be parent fee, that would be something that I could just disallow. And it would help me with attracting more teachers to this profession where we're having a hard time staffing right now. And then using that as a compensation to their salaries, which we can't really meet where we want to pay them. So I'm hoping that passes, and they should be like a special category in Care for Kids, where right now we have categories that do not get waitlisted, like homelessness, or if you're on TANF, so there should be a category that's for ECE providers, and we should not waitlist those applications, and they should be processed ASAP. Just because it's helping the center that's hiring them and helping the budget that we have.
Summarize your remarks for me.
Yes. So in conclusion, what I like to do is that if you guys would support this bill and these two sections are very important, because if we don't pay our staff enough, we're not going to be able to open up our centers, but then we can't care and our economy is going to suffer. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. Enjoy your afternoon. I'm going to go back to 58. Ellen, I see you're online. Ellen, if you want to take your mic and turn on your camera.
Oh, I thought they did that for you.
Thank
Good afternoon, co-chairs Curry and McCrory. It's good to see you again, and thanks again for visiting our school. Also, good afternoon to Vice Chairs Winfield and Leeper, ranking members McCarty and Berthel, and the distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to share my testimony with you. I am here today speaking in support of HB 5347 to give public charter schools access to the Air Quality Grant Program. My name is Ellen Rattel. I am the director of the Integrated Day Charter School in Norwich, which was one of the first charter schools in Connecticut. In 1997, teachers, parents, and community members founded the Integrated Day Charter School. This group purchased an old thermos factory, cleaned it up, purchased furniture, had a lottery, and 6 weeks later opened the school for the students in pre-K to 6. 2 years later, the school included 7th and 8th graders. Our core tenets and unique activities are just as strong now as they were then. To name a few, every student researches 3 topics a year and presents it to their classmates and parents. Service learning is an integral part of IDCS, social justice, learning buddies, all school bread feast, and student empowerment. We are a diverse school in many ways, racially, ethnically, socioeconomically, family type, languages, and home of origin. As one of the original Connecticut charter schools, I have witnessed our state make great strides towards increasing equity for students attending public charter schools. We have come a long way, but not far enough. In addition to offering competitive salaries to the staff, IDCS needs to be able to purchase curriculum materials and resources for all students, replace furniture, upgrade the media center, set aside funds for teacher computers, roofing, fix the leaky gym wall, replace the thermos factory loading dock at the back of the building, and the list goes on. Recently, we repaired all of the windows that are on the back side, which is near the river, and it's pretty cold back there, so that was really important. And hopefully this year we might be able to pave some of the parking lots. So frankly, more money does and would make a difference, including charter schools, and the Air Quality Grant Program does not solve all of the challenges charter schools face, but it will help ensure that at the very least, our students have access to a healthy learning environment. The pandemic emphasized the importance of schools being able to meet the basic expectations of maintaining clean and operational heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems. Denying public charter schools the ability to access necessary funding for improving these vital systems is unjust and inequitable for the children our schools serve. Our children, and I say this a lot, our children are Connecticut's children, and they deserve the same things that other children receive. And that's a really important thing to say. I hope that you will stand up for the health and safety of all Connecticut children by voting yes to HB 5347 and the inclusion of charter schools in the Air Quality Grant Program. Thank you for the opportunity for testifying.
Thank you so much, Ellen. And again, thank you for having us out earlier this year to tour your school. Your students who led that did a fantastic job, and it's probably the most kind of school-ish atmosphere that I think we had the pleasure of walking through in quite some time. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Next up, we have John Flanders in the flesh.
There's been so many online that I forget to do the technology. Good afternoon, Chairman Curry, Chairman McCarty, ranking members and members of the Education Committee. My name is John Flanders, and I am the president of Special Education Equity for Kids of Connecticut. SEEK is an organization of attorneys, advocates, and parents working for systematic change for the benefit of children with disabilities. I'm here today speaking in favor of raised Bill 5348 as well as raised Bill 286 with a few suggestions. I'm not going to add anything to what you've heard from the paraeducators about their needs, that things are very clear. I will tell you that the people in my community fight a great deal to make sure that their children have a paraeducator because there is a gross lack thereof and a gross lack of training for them. So we encourage this effort wholeheartedly. A couple of steps that might help. One, we are delighted that you are proposing using regional approaches to training for the paraeducators. We're particularly appreciative that transition planning is part of that training. Transition planning is frankly one of the great black holes of special education and one of the things that is simply not done well anywhere that we know of. As you are giving new training to the paraeducators, we encourage you to consider the possibility of putting on micro-credentials for these paraeducators who get special training. So for example, a transition, this will allow the parents to understand what skills that the educators are bringing with them into the process. They would also get access to that. We understand that many paraeducators are using the DSAP process to become special education teachers, and we think that's a great idea. There's a gross lack of special education teachers, but we can't take from Peter to pay Paul in this situation, and this needs to be monitored carefully. You will not be surprised to note that we have noticed that the Paraeducator Advisory Council lacks representation for people who represent families with kids with special education needs, and we encourage you to consider seek for that position. With regards to 268, we will note that again, we appreciate the support and development of educators in this. One of the great aspects of special education that's lacking is for young children. And the fact is that many parents do not take advantage of special education for their young children because the public options are simply not adequate in terms of time and space. They put their kids in regular preschool because they can't afford to come back at noon and take their kid to another place or bring them home. So we encourage that you consider the possibility of possibly supporting universal pre-K or possibly revising the least restrictive environment aspects of IDEA so that services contractually can be provided in those venues.
Can I ask you to just quick summarize?
That's it. I'm going to shut up.
That don't keep promises you can't keep, John. Does your organization collect information on the number of para positions that are not filled or not filled the way in which they likely should be as required by an IEP or 504?
And the answer to that is only anecdotally. We're not collecting statistics. What we hear is special ed lawyers and special ed advocates grouse that we have a kid who clearly needs a paraprofessional. The IEP has awarded him a paraprofessional. It's been 6 months since he's had a paraprofessional, and the school swears up and down, and frankly, we believe them that they can't find anybody to fill that. So we could accumulate that anecdotal information, but I can't give you hard, statistically valid information.
Okay. And we passed legislation not too long ago to allow the paraeducators to review the PPTs, and so that they have all the information if they were working directly with a student. There's language in there that says if needed.
Yeah.
And so curious, are you hearing from folks that this is
Yeah.
a barrier and they are not getting that?
Yeah, let me, that was a part of my testimony that I skipped for time purposes. The fact is that the legislation that you put in is not well known and not encouraged in any situation. We frankly would like to have the paraprofessionals required to attend the PPT meetings when they work with a student, particularly in specific areas. If you're going to have a transition para, they got to be there. Otherwise, at the very least, there needs to be language that parents need to be notified, perhaps when they get the invitation to the PPT meeting, that yes, you can invite your child's paraprofessional to attend. It would also be nice if we could extend the legislation that we passed regarding repercussions against educators for speaking out in PPTs to paraprofessionals, so that they would have some way to cover themselves in the case that perhaps they said, oh my God, we're not getting any of that in class.
Might I make a request? Would you mind working with the folks who are here leading the paras to maybe craft some language that would update what we have?
We would be absolutely delighted to do that.
Thank you very much. Any comments, questions from members? Let's see if there's any online. Nope, you're good to go. Thanks,
Thank you
sir.
very much.
Next up, Lauren Cabrera. I do not see online. Oh, sorry, I skipped over Janelle Small. Sorry about that, Janelle. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairs Curry and McCrory, Ranking Members McCarty and Berthel, and the distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Janelle Small, and I'm from Stratford, Connecticut. I'm here to testify in support of HB 5347 because it will finally give public charter schools access to air quality grant funding utilized by other public schools. For years, despite being public schools, public charter schools have been denied access to the HVAC indoor air quality program. This grant funding is meant to ensure that all public schools have access to resources that will allow them to make necessary upgrades to heating, ventilation, or air conditioning systems, and ensure a clean and safe learning environment for their students. As a result, public charter schools have been forced to choose between two unfavorable options: using money that's intended for classroom instruction to make the fix, or delaying these projects altogether. HB 5347 explicitly includes public charter schools as being eligible for air quality grant funding, ensuring nearly 11,000 students, the majority of whom are students of color, they spend their days in buildings with comfortable and clean air. This legislation allows these schools to meet that basic expectation for students without compromising classroom instruction or other services. As a former charter school educator, leader, and current charter school parent, I believe that it is important for public charter school students to have access. Every student in Connecticut should be guaranteed a safe and clean learning environment. Right now, thousands of Black, Brown, and low-income students are being denied equal opportunity at those basic rights. I ask that you support HB 5347 to give these public charter school students the same access as the rest of their public school peers. Thank you for standing up for our students.
Thank you so much for coming out and testifying this afternoon. I do not see any questions or comments. Enjoy the rest of your day. 62 did not join yet. 63 online. Kristen Record. Hi, Kristen.
Hi there.
Hi.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Kristen Record. I'm a resident of Bridgeport, and I've taught physics at Bunnell High School in Stratford for the past 24 years, and I'm the 2011 Connecticut State Teacher of the Year. I've testified multiple times over the years to the Public Health Committee about school indoor air quality issues, including extreme temperatures. Last session, I spoke in favor of establishing the work group to study and make recommendations related to school indoor air quality. And today I come before you to support extending the reporting date of that important group, as well as the other components of SB 287. In previous testimony, I told the story of my seasonal allergies and how I had the unfortunate experience of having my classroom flooded during a heavy summer rainstorm many years ago. Everything literally had to come out of my classroom, including the carpet. It was a huge mess, but luckily everything was back in place by the start of the school year. And then when school opened back up, something strange happened to me. I didn't have any fall allergies. Imagine my shock as I slowly realized it wasn't me that had been sick every fall. It was actually my classroom. And if my room with the 25-year-old carpet was sick, probably every other room with the same carpeting was too, but I was the only one lucky enough to get it replaced. About 2/3 of the classrooms in my high school at the time had the same carpeting, and the more investigating I did, the more disturbed I became. I had conversations and surveys, and I discovered many other teachers had asthma, allergies, and headaches that were all attributed to indoor air quality issues at the school. Through filing an OSHA complaint, we discovered inadequate housekeeping procedures had led to thick layers of dust and debris in our school-wide heating and ventilation system, and that filters hadn't been cleaned on a regular basis. It took another OSHA complaint and 3 years to finally have a full remediation plan. My story is just one microcosm of what's happening across our state, and I urge you to read the article on this topic that's attached to my written testimony for which I was interviewed. 2 years prior to the pandemic, I co-led an effort with CEA to investigate extreme temperatures in our classroom. Every day, dozens of teachers recorded temperature and humidity levels multiple times in an online database throughout our teaching day. From May into June and then August and September, we regularly recorded temperatures in the 80s and sometimes in the 90s. When the winter came and heating systems failed, teachers and students spent days in cold classrooms, myself included, wearing coats and gloves. When was the last time you ever had to do that? I would venture to guess never. Why is it that the American Veterinary Medical Association has ambient temperature guidelines for cats and dogs and animal shelters, but students and kids and teachers like me are left to fend for ourselves in our classroom and make the best of it? Last year, legislators stepped in to help our public schools with the creation of this working group on school indoor air quality. You listened very carefully to our stories of the pervasive infrastructure problems that were causing poor teaching and learning conditions, but the problems continue to persist. Why, in the start of 2023, did I still have to be dismissed early from school due to excessive heat? Why, several months later,
Summarize for me.
did I have to have my windows open because now my classroom was 87 degrees? It's 2024, not 1924. I urge you to support SB 287 and continue to work to pass legislation that helps to establish healthy learning conditions for schools, for kids and teachers. Thanks for the opportunity to testify.
Yeah, thanks so much. Question for you. Are you familiar with the DIY air filter boxes that some students have taken on and made projects of? Do you have any
Yes,
of those?
we had one. We have one in one of our classrooms.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, we recently had a great forum with UConn school,
Mhm.
or I forget which school it was, but essentially this is one of the ideas that they were presenting to us, and I think we're going to see if we can find a way to get these out into more of our schools around the state of Connecticut. Because
I think that would be incredibly helpful.
yeah, absolutely. Because we know that something like that takes out 99% of the impurities inside of the class itself. Whereas the work that's being done in the legislation with respect to what we're asking for in assessments, as I said earlier today, doesn't tell you whether or not you have air that is good versus air that's simply warm or cold. So hopefully we can kind of tailor some of that language with respect to the work the Indoor Air Quality Work Group is doing, so that we can get you good air and just as good as those pets in the pet store.
Thank you. My kids would appreciate that.
Any other questions or comments from members? No, thanks so much, Kristen. Take care.
Have a good day.
You too. John Catalan.
Representative Curry, members of the Education Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on Senate Bill 286 and House Bill 5346. My name is John Catalan. I'm with the Connecticut Alliance of YMCAs. In regards to Senate Bill 286, while we support the wage increase proposed in Section 1 of the bill, this cannot be accomplished without an investment from the state of Connecticut. The current version of this proposed bill, doesn't include the critical aspects of funding for this proposal. We strongly support Section 2 of the bill that allows child care workers to qualify for Care for Kids. Kentucky's already implemented a similar provision since 2022, resulting in a notable surge in applications for child care roles. Rhode Island established a pilot program last year and has facilitated child care access for 400 workers within 6 months, with approximately 20% of those workers being new recruits. It's worth noting that staff retention rates during those 6 months have seen a significant boost as well, mitigating some of the challenges our child care programs faced with filling these demanding positions. I would just note statewide, the YMCA's currently have 20 early child care classrooms closed because of lack of staff. We're looking for any tool that can help us staff these classrooms and reopen them. In regards to House Bill 5346, we support the funding of the Early Childhood Education Fund. However, in order for our state to implement the numerous recommendations from Governor Lamont's Blue Ribbon Panel on Child Care, it is imperative that this fund operates independently from the constraints of the state spending cap. Thank you.
Representative Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice to see you, John.
Thank you,
You
Representative.
just talked about the 20 classrooms that are closed due to staffing. How many seats does that equal up to be in care that could be provided if they were staffed as opposed to not being provided because you don't have the staff?
That's about approximately on average it's about 200 children that do not have access to early childcare.
And then in those 20 classrooms that are closed, are they all specific to one region or are they equally spread out?
They're spread out all across the state.
So if we figured out a way to give childcare providers free childcare, do you think that that would help boost the staffing problem?
I do. I mean, just in 6 months alone, our Ys in Rhode Island have seen a 20% increase in staffing and have been able to reopen classrooms. But I think the other important thing to note is retention is a huge problem. And I can tell you that talking to YMCAs in Kentucky and in Rhode Island, that has become less of an issue, that staff are now choosing to stay on, which means we don't have to fill those positions.
And my final question would be, so if we were to fund a childcare provider, what you believe would be an acceptable livable wage, as opposed to what we're paying them currently, what would that look like?
Well, I think what the OEC came out with the report that was required by the legislature. I'll be honest with you, I don't know the number off the top of my head, but after reviewing that a few years ago, I believe that compensation schedule created by the OEC is very appropriate.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Always good to see you. Next up online is Adrian Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, chairs and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Adrian Rodriguez. I'm the Organizing and Childcare Director for CSEA SEIU Local 2001, the union that represents over 3,000 childcare providers who provide early childhood care and education through Connecticut's Child Care Subsidy Program, Care for Kids. And I am here to speak on SB 286. On behalf of the thousands of family childcare educators represented by CSEA, we appreciate the recognition that there is a need to address the issue of low wages earned by childcare educators and providers. However, it's essential to acknowledge that simply requiring an increase in wages without establishing adequate funding to support these raises is not a sustainable solution. Home-based family childcare providers operate within tight budget constraints, and any changes to their expenses, even a minor one, will impact their work, their ability to cover their living expenses, and the ability to continue to provide early childhood education for their communities. Providers support sections 2 and 3 of SB 286, but they know that without the needed funding, the goal of section 1 to pay their staff, such as substitutes and aides, an annual salary in line with the compensation schedule will never be achieved. And we simply cannot accept that raising tuition on families who already need support to afford childcare is an appropriate solution. Addressing the low wages earned by childcare educators requires sustainable funding and a long-term plan. Childcare educators encourage the establishment of a dedicated early childhood education fund that will support the work and services provided by the workers in the early education community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions. Enjoy your day. Next up is Representative Turco, and I believe bringing up Amy Parati. And it looks like for Kicks, we also have Representative Farrar. It's a party. Your 3 minutes collectively starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We thought we'd save some time and do this testimony all together. I'm State Representative Gary Turco, representative of the 27th District, including Newington. I'm here with State Representative Kate Farrar and our Board of Education Chair, Amy Parati. And thank you, Representative Curry and Senator McCrory and all the distinguished members of the committee for raising House Bill 5347, which is regarding the state grant commitments for school building projects. And specifically, as part of that bill, is the over $6 million allocated towards the renovation of John Wallace Middle School in Newington, which I know, Chair Curry, you're very familiar with.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. State Representative Kate Farrar, proud to represent West Hartford and part of Newington, which includes John Wallace Middle School. And we would love to defer our time to our Board of Education Chair, Amy Parati, to share just how much of an impact this funding will have.
Thank you. John Wallace is one of 2 middle schools in our town. It was built in the 70s with a very trendy open concept design. It's hard to believe unless you see it, but there are approximately 30 classrooms in the building that do not have doors. No doors. The interior walls between the rooms are collapsible. One can only assume it was built this way to allow for a very collaborative learning experience for teachers and students. Fast forward 50 years, things have changed. Open concept does not work anymore. A lack of classroom doors leads to several concerns. It's not conducive to learning, especially if one class is taking a test and others having an interactive lesson. Technology has been introduced into classrooms, increasing noise levels, and we have had far too many school tragedies where security and safety of students has to be a top priority in our schools. We've heard from parents of students who attend Wallace and even parents of teachers and staff who work there that they're very concerned with the current configuration. The principal told us that usually the day after an open house or immediately following the news of a tragic event, he gets an influx of emails and phone calls about this issue. Over the years, we've made improvements for security, and attempts at noise control have been made to the building, and specifically these 3 wings. Last year, we tried to retrofit a classroom to add locking doors, but with the configuration of the wings, feedback was that it was too small and claustrophobic a space. The only viable option at this point is to renovate. The proposed renovation is modest, but will be a huge improvement to these 3 wings. Classrooms will be bigger by reclaiming the corridors. There will be windows in the classrooms. Today, they're in the hallway. And most importantly, the renovation will provide much needed peace of mind to the staff and parents in our community, Almost a year ago to the day, we invited Chairman Curry, along with our Newington delegation, to visit the school. They were able to see firsthand this interesting layout and hear about our plans for renovation. Since then, we're able to work with our town council to allow Newington to apply for this grant. And last November, our town voted overwhelmingly in favor of this project. It passed with a 75% of our residents voting yes. The referendum language requires a reimbursement of at least 57% from the state in order for the town to move forward. For that reason, I would urge you to vote in favor of the John Wallace renovation project because we can't do it without the support. I also want to thank all of you for the work you do on behalf of our students in our state to ensure they can all receive the best education possible. Thank you.
Yeah, no, and so we get into a ton of schools throughout the year, but as soon as you described the collapsible walls, and I can remember being back in your school and knowing full well that this needs to happen. So I'm glad to see that this made the list, and congratulations to you on the Board of Education. And I know how difficult your job is, and kudos to Dr. Brummett, the superintendent, who has been there right alongside all of you pushing for this. So appreciate your advocacy. Any questions or comments? Appreciate your time. Nice to see you all.
Thank you.
Take care. Next up is Dylan Singh.
Hi,
Hello.
hi. I'm gonna be concise. My name is Delan Singh. I'm here to support Bill 5346 to fund ECE and as well as Bill SB 286. Although I do not have any staff, I try to do and educate myself as much as possible. I have a degree in OT. I'm about to graduate with a degree in early childhood education, and then I'm going back to get a degree in ABA. So I could try to do it all in one setting. But I would like to hire staff, but it's so expensive and it's gonna cost me more. I'll have to double my price. And parents could barely afford what they're paying now. I have parents who are on Care for Kids, and who can I even afford to pay the parents' tuition fee alone? And it's not even much. It's like less than $200. So it'll be great to have that fund available for them. And if Care for Kids could be free for all, then that would alleviate a lot of problems for parents, instead of having to decide which parent gets to stay home and which parent have to go to work to take care of the family. But early education is very important to children, and it helps them develop. It leads the pathway for a successful future where they're able to attain a home, go to college, and live a healthy lifestyle. And it helps with brain development and have them succeed in school as well. And I support Section 3 to fund to extend the family child care incubator pilot as well. I didn't use any notes because my accent tends to come out and makes me nervous. So I had to wing it. But thank you all. And
No, thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I gotta ask you a question. Is that your daycare center behind you, or is that fixation
Yeah.
of imagination?
Oh, it's my daycare. I have
I wish I was a
3
kid.
rooms.
That looked
So
like a lot of fun. Go back. Yeah,
This is
that's
just
like,
one room.
yeah, I wish I was in that classroom. Any questions? Any questions for the committee? Seeing none, again, thank you again for your testimony.
All right, thank you. Have a good one.
Okay, Tracy Madden Hennessy from the YWCA and Alex Siobhan from Friends of City Center for Children.
Thank you, Senator McCrory. Senator, Representative Curry, and the esteemed members of the Education Committee. My name is Tracy Madden Hennessy. I am the Executive Director of the YWCA of New Britain, and I'm testifying in support of SB 286, an act concerning early care and education. We are an established school readiness program, and I do support adding early childhood staff as a qualifying category under the Child Care Subsidy Program. I also support in concept paying additional compensation to teachers, but we cannot do it without increased funding necessary. Our organization can't subsidize school readiness program and stay solvent. I also wanted to speak in support of expansion of the child care business incubator sites in the state. We are the lead agent for New Britain's early childhood incubator, which is the first of its kind to come online. The New Britain Incubator trains those interested in opening their own family childcare business, giving them both early childhood and business skills and an operating space needed for high quality programming and a sustainable childcare business. Within the next month, our trainees will be opening their independent programs in the incubator, serving 24 to 32 children. By establishing this program, which included a 5-month training, 4 women will begin operation of their individual businesses by April, and our goal is to support them in this shared space for a 3 to 5 year period until they have the resources they need to move to an independent space. Given no funding, the 7 communities who are given permission to do this concept have been working on finding the resources necessary to establish their incubator sites. We've had many inquiries and teams from other communities inside and outside Connecticut interested in the model. Some of those are not named in the legislation, but I would argue that that shouldn't be a barrier to piloting this project in other communities. I'm requesting that the committee open this opportunity to any community that sees this model as a means of addressing a childcare shortage and a way to increase childcare entrepreneurial opportunities. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I would love to invite any of you who are interested to come and visit our site, speak to the women who have accepted this opportunity to start their business. I know you'll find their stories and their determination inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony and all hard work you're doing with our young children. Any questions for the committee? Seeing none, we're gonna go back to 38. It's Kelly McQueenie from SEIU, paraeducator.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kelly McQueenie, and I'm a resident of Avon. I'm a special education paraeducator for Avon Public Schools. I also serve as the Avon Chapter Union President. I offer the following testimony in support of House Bill 5348, an act concerning paraeducators. I wanted to start this testimony by sharing with you how I became a paraeducator. I originally started as a substitute teacher for Avon Public Schools because I was considering going back to college to get a teaching certification. That all changed the day I was asked to be a substitute paraeducator in the special education preschool. To be honest, I had no idea what a paraeducator was or did. I received a crash course that day, and it profoundly changed my life. I remember telling my husband that I had the most amazing and fulfilling work day. I knew without a doubt that this is what I wanted to do and where I needed to be. I became a substitute exclusively for preschool, and when there was an opening to be a paraeducator, I applied for it. I'm proud to say that I have been a preschool paraeducator for 11 years. Today, much has changed within special education. With better identification of students with special needs and changes in the diagnostic criteria, there has been an increase in special education enrollment over the past few years. These increases are reflected in the mounting caseload special education teachers are tasked to manage. My teacher relies on me to share in the caseload management and responsibilities. As one of my colleagues aptly put it, we've become mini special education teachers. This is no longer the same position it was 11 years ago. Yet sadly, my financial compensation neither represents the increasing demands and responsibilities of my job, nor does it represent my role as an essential member of the educational team and my invaluable support in the success and well-being of students. This school year, I make the highest hourly rate my district provides, and yet I'm making less than I made last year due to the increases in my insurance premium contribution. Couple this with the rising gas prices, utilities, groceries, my 2 paychecks a month can barely cover these living expenses. Last year, I made $23,842.58. After 11 years, this is what my school district in the state of Connecticut think my job is worth. I know it's worth more. The salary proposal in House Bill 5348 will make a tremendous monetary impact for me and my colleagues across the state. I respectfully ask that this committee and all the members of the General Assembly to take immediate and meaningful action to increase paraeducator pay to reflect their importance in education. Please prioritize paraeducators and pass Bill 5348. I thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. We have a question from my colleague.
Did you say you were the president of the union in your area?
I am the union president, representing paraeducators, and we also have interventionists and tutors and nutrition service employees, and I'm with SCEA.
When you go in for negotiations with the Board of Education, are there Board of Education members who are sitting across the table from you?
Yes, our past negotiations were quite difficult because it was during the pandemic. We were able to meet once, but I do have to say that when we came to the bulk of our contract, the union, the paras in in Avon, we've been a union for close to 20 years. And when we started talking, we didn't even start talking. We were just doing the proposals and financial proposals. We went to mediation, which meant we had a mediator. So we were not talking to anybody directly at the Board of Ed, which was extremely disappointing, to be honest.
And do you often invite Board of Education members in to speak with you off-site just to get a better sense or understanding of what you all are doing in the school systems?
I think they know.
I would not assume that. Board of Education.
You don't know me, but I'm a squeaky wheel. Especially in preschool. I mean, currently in preschool, just to give you some numbers, we have 80 students in our preschool, 40 are special education that have IEPs. And we have 9 students that are nine children that are in referral. So by the end of this school year, out of our 80 students, we could have 49 students that require para support, have an IEP, and we only have 6 teachers. So you can do that math. And many of these students are one-to-one, require one-to-one. And there's not enough of us. So we are often doing the work of not only a mini special ed teacher, which is honestly the truth, but we're also supporting several students in a very all day.
Are they finding a creative way then to fulfill the legal requirements of that IEP?
I'm going to take the fifth on that. I really, I don't know if anybody from my school district is listening, but I think you can do the math. I mean, on that, and I don't think Avon is unique in that way. I know talking with even our specialists and our therapists, our explosion in our birth to 3 program is in my 11 years, I've never seen anything like that. We just cannot keep up with the tasks at hand. And that's why our teachers are looking more and more to us to help. And I'm happy to do it because I love what I do. I'm proud to say I'm really good at it. And but I do have to say it is daunting when I think after 11 years, I'm only making like 23,000 or well, I'll round it up, $24,000 a year. That's just, my son who graduated from college isn't even working in his field. He's selling like these high-end shoes out in LA. He's making so much more money and his responsibilities are like nil. And, here's the other thing that I want to add is I know I hear often that, well, get another job, find something else that's going to pay you more. And, I think parents who do this, they do it because they love what they do. They want to support students with learning disabilities, and they do this. And you often hear parents that take second jobs. They take the second job so they can make ends meet, but they don't want to give up that job, even though it pays less, because they find so much value in what they're doing. And I just hope that there's a way that we can pass this bill and increase pay for our colleagues, because I think you have a group of employees that are veteran employees. They've been doing this a very long time. They're very good at what they do. And, you know, there may be a point where they just leave and they can't do it anymore because of the stress of it, the amount of work that we're tasked to do.
No,
I know I'm talking on and on.
No, and I appreciate your willingness to be open and honest.
Yeah.
And I think that the leadership of this committee made a decision very early on this session that we were going to have the most open and honest conversations when it comes to the respect, especially the financial respect of the professionals within our school systems, and needing to put it at the forefront that we are not respecting people who have invested in themselves and that we've entrusted to spend a majority of a little human's life to be directly responsible for the growth and development outside of the home and with the parents and the guardians. And so, you know, even when you have teachers who I don't think a single district starts as teacher at anywhere near $60,000, some as low as 40. So it's a two conversations that we're looking to have this session to see what kind of but I appreciate your energy.
Yeah, I thank you. I appreciate you asking the questions.
Representative McCarty.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to thank Kelly for coming forward and for giving her testimony and for really highlighting the job of the paraeducator today, how the caseload has changed, how the job description has changed, and the work that you do for our youngest in the preschool and special ed. I just have a quick question, Kelly. Do you know when you look at the paraeducators, and you may not have this answer going forward, but what percentage do you think of the paraeducators are actually working with special education now?
In our school district, are you talking about in my school district?
Yeah, in Avon, right.
In Avon, the paraeducators, we come under the Department of Pupil Services and specifically under special education. So in Avon, there isn't any there isn't like you're an academic para, you're just a classroom. Well, you can be just a classroom para, but all paras work with students that have IEPs or they have a 504 plan. As you move up in grade and in the different schools, that may look a little different, where the para is actually going into the classroom and at various parts of the day, especially at high school, and they may be supporting many students during that class period. And then there are students that work in that, come back to a room with a case manager, and they do a lot of their work there. The other thing that I want to stress is not only are we working with students with special needs, but there is a uptick in behavior, especially with students that are not have an IEP or 504 plan. And that really changes the dynamic of the classroom and really changes our ability to do our job effectively, because oftentimes if you have a student that is that has an IEP that you do work with, but they don't have really they don't have any behavior issues, you may have to kind of leave them so you can support this student that is having a real behavior issue that is extremely disruptive to the classroom and disruptive for themselves, and to help them. And that happens often. I mean, I said to my teacher today, I wish I could have given a little snapshot video of our day today, because that's how our day was. There was a lot of disruption with behavior, and which I had to leave my students. So, I look at it as we especially in preschool, This is an amazing team of paraeducators and teachers who are actually the case managers as well. And I am so lucky to work with an amazing group of people who are really dedicated to what they do. And every one of those teachers will tell you there is absolutely no way they could do their job and without us there. There just isn't any. I mean, imagine if every para didn't show up to work one day in the state of Connecticut, what that would look like.
Yeah, I wanted to thank you and
Yes,
you
sorry.
provide that for us now, and just to thank you again for continuing and to show your love and passion for the work that you do, and we're focused on it. So thank you very much.
I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you again for your testimony and all the hard you're doing.
Yep, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Up next, we have Alex Shavon.
Thank you. Alex Shavoni, yeah. Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, ranking members Bethel and McCarty, and distinguished members of the committee. You know, I have a prepared statement, and then I hear Kelly, the woman before me, speak, and I am that classroom, right? We provide care for that birth to 3 age group, children ages 3 months to 6 years. We serve 122 children. I've been doing this for 33 years. I love Connecticut, but we can do better. So I'm asking that you support HB 5346, an act concerning early childcare, and SB 286, an act concerning early childhood education. So our early care and education sector has significant challenges right now. You've heard about this through the Blue Ribbon Panel and through the Child Care for Connecticut's work. We have 4,000 staff shortages right now. 1 in 7 positions are open in our state. And the reason why this is we're paying women, disproportionately women of color, poverty level wages, $29,500 with a degree to do this work on average. When you do that, people want to leave. They don't want to be in this field. And so it strains parents' ability to find affordable care. It affects the children and affects those needing after school care. The Blue Ribbon Panel proposed a plan to gradually start affordability for over these 5 years with the $140 million in additional funding in fiscal year 25. But what we need is a vehicle for that funding to be housed and untouched. And like the Early Childhood Fund, it needs clear parameters of how the funds could be used, and legislation in HB 5346 helps to address parts of this early care and education crisis. Regarding SB 286, on behalf of Child Care for Connecticut's Future, I am the coalition co-chair. I think it's essential to highlight the section of the bill, section 1 of the bill, that makes it extremely difficult for child care center owners like myself to ensure the well-deserved raises. So we 100% support finding a salary scale that we can work towards as a state. But if there is not adequate funding to support it, we will be unable to do that. We have to see childcare as a social good, which it is, and we have to input money in there in order to be able to do these well-deserved raises for the staff. In regards to sections 2 and 3, the child care incubators are an amazing program, just a fantastic apprenticeship program, great opportunities to develop the field, and we really look forward to their expansion through this proposal. We really require a robust system. What we're expecting of parents and providers like myself and the educators who are in the program is really untenable. And we have to see this, as I said, as a public good. It requires more funding than it currently is available, so we have to be very smart about the funding that we're putting in. And I really urge support for proposals like HB 5346 and SB 286 so that we can start getting some relief. We are in a crisis. I know I say it all the time, but I just need to say it again. Thank you for your time and your commitment and your willingness to listen.
Thank you. Perfect landing. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, again, I want to thank you for all the work you do. Clearly, we know this is an issue. We have some ideas we want to address.
Yeah.
And we're looking forward to getting it done. We understand that the industry needs to support financially in regards to health support. So we're on top of it. Clearly, it's an effort that we want to be made on both sides of the aisle. So,
Yes, thank you so much.
any other questions? All right, seeing none. Up next, Maria Matos, followed by Cassandra Gillian, followed by Alex Weiss. Hit that little red button in front of you. There you go.
I think I got it.
Got it.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, ranking members and members of the Education Committee. My name is Maria Matos, and I'm the Vice President and Chief Program Officer of LEAD. Today, I stand before you to passionately support Bill HB 5347, a critical proposal seeking updates to the Air Quality Grant Program legislation. Our endorsement is firmly rooted in the importance of extending eligibility for program funding to all schools, including charter schools. Every child, regardless of the education institution they attend, deserves clean air, a fundamental right that transcends school types. The proposed bill is in aligning with our commitment to a safe and healthy environment for all the students. Carries additional significance, and it will prevent a school, including charter school, from redirecting resources meant for education to building repairs. Importantly, this bill is not only about cleaner air, but also about benefiting our Danbury public schools. As you might be aware, Danbury High Schools stand as the largest high school in Connecticut by student enrollment. Access to the funds provided by HB 5347 can alleviate some of the burdensome costs associated with repairing the buildings. Furthermore, it will ensure that students attending Danbury High School have access to the essential right of breathing clean air. I urge each committee member to consider the far-reaching positive impact that approving HB 5347 can have on the well-being of our children and the efficient allocation of resources. Let us prioritize cleaner air for students and support the bill, reaffirming our collective dedication to providing equitable opportunities in education. In conclusion, I kindly request the Education Committee to approve Bill HB 5347. This step will not only promote cleaner air for students, but also alleviate costs for our schools, contributing to a healthier and more education-focused future for our children. Thank you for your time and consideration. Let us work together to ensure a brighter and healthier future for our communities. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And thank you for your testimony.
Of course, thank
Stay
you.
right there. Somebody might have a question for you. Seeing none, again, thank you for your advocacy.
Of course, thanks.
Next up, we have Cassandra, followed by Alex, followed by, going to our last page, Chelsea Harris. Hey. You're up. Hit that button for me. Press that, turn your mic again.
Chairs Curry and McCrory, ranking members McCarty and Berthel, and the distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Cassandra Gallion, and I'm the Policy Director at Connecticut Charter School Association. I am here to express my support for Section 16 of House Bill 5347. The purpose of the Indoor Air Quality Grant Program is to guarantee that every public school student in Connecticut is provided with clean air to breathe and a safe learning environment. For too long, despite being a public schools, charter schools have been denied access to these funds. Public charter schools are the only public schools in Connecticut that do not receive facilities funding from the state. In the last year alone, some charter schools have had to close for multiple days or risk falling out of ADA compliance when bonding dollars they were promised never came through.
It is important for us to be here today because our students in the charter sector are the same as every other student in the state of Connecticut. They are ambitious, creative, eager, and still growing and developing. Young scholars from the age of 4 are exposed to the same risks as students from traditional public schools, yet have been ineligible for significant legislation such as indoor air quality grants. Our organization supports the needs of Connecticut's 21 public charter schools. Today, we stand beside them in hopes of seeing them included and their funding needs addressed. One case is too many when it comes to children, and our schools have seen many cases in which their needs are ignored, while their peers at other public schools have greater access to financial support facility improvements. A clean and safe learning environment with breathable air should be the baseline expectation of what our public schools can deliver for their students. The pandemic emphasized the importance of being able to maintain clean and operational ventilation systems. The risk of further delaying access to this grant would result in absences of students, a metric on which charter schools are measured when renewing their charters. We ask that you show our public charter school students that the quality of air they breathe is just as important as it is at other public schools across the state. Please pass HB 5347 and help these schools deliver on that expectation of clean, safe, breathable air without having to compromise their already strained budgets. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? I have one question. Mike?
Nice to see you. Has your system done an audit to see what the total needs are as far as like capital improvement?
We have done one as recent as 2022, I believe. And what that list is today in 2024 is obsolete because there's just so many more problems that have occurred that just compounded over the years.
So, and there is $11.8 million that has been authorized by us, but not yet allocated by the governor on the bond commission. Is your organization working with the administration to see if there's any movement on any of the monies that are sitting there to be able to help the systems out?
Yes, so that is correct. There is $11.8 million that is waiting to be allocated out. We have been told a couple of different things. Most recently, OPM has stated that they are not providing funding for reimbursement, although it was already previously authorized by the legislature. And so some of that money is still in limbo and not being released. But we have spoken to OPM on this, yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? Thanks again.
Thank you.
Alex? Alex is online.
Good afternoon. I'm testifying today in support of HB 5347 to improve air quality in schools. My name is Alex Weiss, and I lead a company called Matter Real Estate, who works with schools in Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey. We oversee large renovation projects and school expansions. We've also worked very closely with the Connecticut Charter Schools Association on research projects and have connected with charter schools throughout Connecticut to discuss their facility needs. In our experience working with schools, we found that most schools occupy outdated spaces that are not properly ventilated and often lack air conditioning. Based on previous projects we've completed, upgrading school facilities to properly ventilate and/or provide air conditioning can cost anywhere between about $200,000 per project to several million dollars. It's costly to upgrade HVAC systems because it requires new equipment to be installed, but also because it requires new structural support, changes to the facade of buildings, repairs to walls and interior spaces. And if the buildings have asbestos or lead paint, those conditions often or always need to be remediated. According to research, students who are in spaces that are too hot or too cold don't learn as well as students in spaces that have the right temperature. Research also indicates that ventilating spaces properly prevents the spread of viruses and illnesses. We support HB 5347 to give public charter schools access to HVAC air quality funds because all kids deserve clean air in their schools. Charter school students are public school students, and they deserve the same access to quality air as any other public school student does. I wanted to thank you for your time today and happy to answer any questions that you have today.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Alex? Seeing none, you're off the hook today, Alex.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next, we have Chelsea Harris. No Chelsea? Okay. We're gonna go to the next name on this agenda. Who's this? I'm gonna butcher your first name, but it's Reyes. Hey, you got somebody else? Nope. Ms. Reyes? Nope. Who we have next? Santana. Chorus Santana? 77. That's Capital Prep Smith. Samaris Smith. Samaris Smith.
I'm here.
All right, your turn.
Good evening, Senator McCurry, Representative Curry, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Samara Smith, and I'm from Bridgeport, Connecticut. I ask that you support HB 5347 to give public charter schools access to the HVAC air quality grant. As we know, poor air quality causes asthma, respiratory infections, and decreased lung functioning. Why is it that today we are sitting here discussing which kids deserve to breathe in fresh air? Why is it that we are discussing which kids deserve to be able to not suffer from asthma or respiratory infections due to poor quality air? We know these situations causes nosebleeds, wheezings, and allergies. All that interrupts children's learning and teachers' ability to successfully teach. They become ill and have to take days off. And we all know with the teacher shortage, we cannot afford for that to happen. It's upsetting to keep sitting here advocating for children to have equal opportunity. We all need to make the right decision in making sure that children have equal opportunities for HB 5347. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, for your testimony. Anyone else have a question for Ms. Smith? Seeing none, once again, thank you for your testimony. And we have up next is Jennifer. No. Julie Bundley. Julie?
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Julie Budney, and I am an intern at the Connecticut Education Association. And I'm here in support of SB 287, an act concerning indoor air quality in public schools. Since this past November, I have visited 6 different school districts and 7 different schools, and I've received feedback from over 100 teachers. 75% of those teachers told me that they have issues with indoor air quality in their classrooms. I'm here today to tell you their stories that particularly stood out to me. First of all, there are countless classrooms that are either too hot or too cold. Many students are in classrooms that are so warm that it's hard for them to be able to learn. This excessive heat does not just occur at the beginning of the school year when it's warm outside. It is a year-round problem. Teachers sometimes must move to a different classroom because the heat is so bad. To the opposite extreme, there are times in the winter when some classrooms are so cold that students either wear their jackets to class or wrap themselves up in blankets. Then we move on to mold. Mold is also a very significant problem. 4 of the 6 school districts that I visited mentioned issues with mold. Staff from at least 2 different districts came back to their classroom or office after this past summer and found mold growing on their chairs and on their desks. This is in 2 different districts. In the office that the support staff was in, the only remedial work that was done was replacement of the ceiling tiles. So not surprisingly, many teachers are fine at home, but then come to school and have itchy eyes, runny noses, daily headaches, migraines, and even asthma. One teacher told me that she developed asthma after starting work in public schools. Some teachers bring in their own air purifiers. Some are given some to use. Sorry about that. So the stories about mold are especially disturbing, but there are also concerns in some schools about the numbers of teachers developing cancer. 2 different districts have reported a significant number of cancer diagnoses among staff clustered in the same part of the building. After visiting all these school districts and talking with many teachers and support staff, there's no doubt in my mind that indoor air quality is an issue in Connecticut public schools and needs to be a top concern of the Education Committee and the Connecticut General Assembly. Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and all the members of the Education Committee, thank you so much for listening to me today.
And thank you for testifying and spending your day with us. I know your issues are very important to you, and I'm thankful that you spent your opportunity to get your point across to the people who make these policy decisions.
Thank you.
For our committee members.
Just, no, Senator,
Senator McCarty.
yeah, thank you. I'll be very brief, but thank you. I wanted to thank Julie for coming in and giving your testimony. Very quickly, Julie, you mentioned that you visited 6 different school districts. Were they spread throughout the state, or were they in a particular region of the state? And also, I do agree that the mold issue is something that can't be delayed. We have to give that really expediency. So would you just comment on that?
So I visited school districts in different areas, from Sprague, the K-8 school near Norwich. I visited Bridgeport, and then in the north, I visited Bloomfield, Windsor. I visited Bridgewater, Danbury, quite a few different areas.
All right, and thank you for saying that, because I was trying to determine whether this might be indicative of what's going on in many of our schools, and I'm sure the age of the school does play into it, but I'm hearing more and more about the mold issues, so I appreciate you bringing that to our attention, and thank you again for your work.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, we're going to move right along. Up next, we have Eva Zimmerman.
Hello, thank you for your patience and conducting these hearings where we have such an awesome opportunity to share our perspectives. Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, ranking members Berthel and McCarty, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. I just want to start with the childcare system and childcare providers who are on here today have made it very clear, and in previous hearings, that it is broken. As the Childcare Coalition Director for CCFCT, Childcare for Connecticut's Future, I've had the privilege of hearing firsthand from childcare providers as well as parents and advocates throughout the state, giving us examples of their frustration of childcare spaces that are closing, childcare spaces that are underfunded, childcare spaces that are not accessible. And at the end of the day, what we're looking for is creative solutions to try to help and remedy and transform those issues, right? So House Bill 5346, an act concerning early child care, as well as SB 286, an act concerning early childhood education, are some creative solutions. We can't ignore the fact that we need funding, but I know that that's not your committee, that's not your purview, but we do appreciate these 2 bills being supported by the Education Committee, because it gives an avenue to using those bills creatively. For example, 5346 is in connection to the Early Childhood Fund that was passed last year. That fund right now only has $1. And that fund could be potentially a gateway for money in the Office of Early Childhood to be funneled for projects, for space and growth, to be coupled with organizations like LISC and different grants like WBDC. These are opportunities that could be made possible if you support 5346. In regards to SB 286, these are opportunities to expand the incubator. You've heard from Tracy Madden Hennessy, and her team has done phenomenal work making sure that there is opportunity and growth in home-based providers. And they're doing it, but now we need that support statewide, as well as support for the expansion of apprenticeship models for centers and home-based providers. These are all solutions to get us more childcare in our state, more accessible childcare, as well as supporting parents of opportunity for access. So we urge you to really look finally at these bills, support them, really consider how the parent perspective might be thinking about this. You know, can I go and bring my child somewhere nearby, or do I have to drive an hour or drive across town like Kevin Borgos mentioned earlier today? I guess I'll open it up for any questions.
Well, thank you, Eva, for your testimony. And like she said, we'll open this up for any questions. Any questions? Eva, thank you for, Representative McCarty.
I'll go quickly. I'm sorry. I just wanted to recognize it and thank you for coming out and giving your testimony today and supporting 5346. I think it's important that we hear from organizations like yours as to how important it is to keep building the fund. So I appreciate that, and appreciate also you coming out to support K through 12 education as you have. So just wanted to make those comments and say that your voice really carries a lot of weight with me. Thank you.
You are too kind and way too humble, Representative. And I don't think people say it enough. Your commitment to early care and the K-12 system is impressive and to be mentioned. And we so much appreciate always you having in the forefront of your mind in legislation the families and providers who support the system.
Any other questions for Eva? Eva, thank you for all the work you've done to expand child care opportunities for everyone across the state, and all the work you have been doing to just support our families and our children throughout the state in the field of education. I really appreciate everything you're doing, all the efforts you're going to continue to do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amy Small, followed by Sophie Katz. Hello.
Hi, Allison, can I don't see myself. What's going on?
I see a bird.
Okay, well, if the bird works, I did that, it didn't work.
Now I see you.
You do? All right, I don't see me, but that's okay. I see me all the time. Thank you so much, everyone, for allowing me to testify this evening. My name is Amy Small. I'm the owner and executive director of 4 very special, very high quality early care and learning centers. And we are struggling. We're struggling due to lack of staffing. I'm going to give you some math, and I know it's been a long day, but it's really easy math. Between the 4 schools daily, we care for 128 infants and toddlers, 140 preschool age children, and 25 children between 2 transitional kindergarten classrooms. Among these almost 300 families, only 7 of them qualify for Care for Kids. And 4 of the 7 that do qualify are teachers. Once again, I'm sharing my experience in an effort to educate our elected officials about the mess that we are in down the front lines of early childhood. I have an additional, pardon me? I have an additional 10 teachers and staff that do not qualify for Care for Kids and are being forced to exit the field as they have their second child, in some cases their first child. In most cases, the cost of childcare doesn't allow them to continue in this vocation. I had this idea about 4 years ago of allowing teachers that work in early childhood to be able to have their child go for free. And then when I heard it come up just now, I was very excited about it. And I thought that, you know, I know you don't have millions of dollars to do everything, but this is one way that would instantly allow my very well-trained and educated teachers to stay and not leave, and as well as open the door for a lot of other young professionals to join us, which is the main problem. I don't care what demographic you're in, lack of staff is the absolute main problem that we're facing here. I was very dismayed this morning to hear that Commissioner Bai did not, if I heard it correctly, did not endorse this. And, you know, I don't know the details. I'm not sure why, but if we can't do it this way, we have to do it another way. You have to be creative. You have to be more creative. We are struggling. And any day I can close. I'm not one of those schools that have empty classrooms. I have full classrooms. But we are juggling things and at the same time trying to keep our quality where we were before COVID. And, you know, it's not just COVID, but the whole way of life since COVID. The teachers coming in today from college, they don't want to work for nothing. And I don't blame them. So we've gotten here today for some very kind, very noble women. And they are leaving because they deserve retirement. And there's no one to replace him. And I am getting choked up here because I don't know how else I can light myself on fire. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any question.
Thank you. Thank you, Amy. Any questions for Amy? Any questions for Amy? Seeing none, Amy, I want to thank you for the service you're providing for young children in this state. And we're going to do our best to enhance the pay, the quality of life, the health care for those who are doing the most. Like you said, people who do this work are mostly women of color and they're underpaid. Usually they're head of households. So
and they're educated.
And they're educated, right. On that.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but hey, you guys, come see us. I'd love to see you guys here and seeing what we do every day.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Next up, Sophie Katz, followed by Patricia Trotter, and then Charmaine Joseph.
Yes.
Nope. No, Sophie. Okay, we're gonna go back to Miss Santana, Corrales Santana, 76. I'm told you're on the Zoom. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Apologies, I've been having Wi-Fi issues. My name is Chairs McCrory and Curry and ranking members Brassell, McCarty, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Coralie Santana, and I'm the Policy and Advocacy Strategist for the Connecticut Project Action Fund, which is a nonpartisan organization that mobilizes with people and partners to advocate for solutions that better the lives of Connecticut's vulnerable and financially distressed families. We urge this committee to support Senate Bill 286, an act concerning early childhood education and care. While I will submit written testimony, the focus of my remarks today would be on Section 3 of the bill, which would expand the child care business incubator model. The proposal to expand this model is an embodiment of a shared value amongst families, early childhood advocates, and small business advocates that fostering childcare businesses strengthens communities, drives economic growth, and provides families with affordable, high-quality care. Recent data from the United Way has told us that there's a deficit of 40,000 seats in childcare due to staff shortages, and we know that 44% of residents live in childcare deserts, and those data points are reflective that we need innovative solutions like the childcare business incubator model, which has been pioneered in Connecticut. You heard earlier from Tracy Madden Hennessy, who's done a fantastic job in New Britain, to equip women who are prospective family childcare providers with the tools and training needed, both in the early education space and the business space, to have thriving businesses. I am delivering this testimony from the comfort of my family childcare provider who is caring for my child right now. And I can tell you that these women work incredibly hard and need our support. And a model like this is equipping them, more women to create access to care for families across the state. And so we urge you to support this particular piece of legislation, and thank you for consideration of this matter.
And thank you, Corliss, for your testimony. Any questions for Ms. Santana? Seeing none, again, once again, taking your time out of your day to express your concerns about what you see that needs to be done at State Capitol. I appreciate your advocacy. Next up, we tried Amy Small. We're gonna try you one more time, Amy. Amy once, Amy twice, Amy go. 85, that's Miss Joseph. Charmaine Joseph.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairs Curry and McCrory, ranking members McCarty and Berthel, and the distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Charmaine Joseph. I'm the Chief of Middle Schools at Achievement First Charter Schools. This is my 19th year in education, and I've been with Achievement First for 9. We have, my role is to manage across our 16 middle schools, which are located in New York, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. We have 10 schools in total in the state of Connecticut, and I directly support and manage Achievement First Elm City Preparatory School, which is located in New Haven. I'm here today to speak in support of House Bill 5347 and the inclusion of public charter schools eligibility in the HVAC Indoor Air Quality Grant Program. And I'm advocating for this House bill to give public charter schools access to the HVAC Air Quality Grant. Charter schools are public schools. Achievement First, like many other charter schools, intentionally serve marginalized communities where our demographic of students, they're mostly Brown and Black students. Our students are public school students and yet are denied access to the HVAC Indoor Air Quality Program for public schools. We know that there has been a disproportionate impact of COVID and the pandemic on historically marginalized communities. And the pandemic has emphasized the importance of our schools being able to meet basic expectations of maintaining clean and operational heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems. Explicitly including public charter schools in the air quality grant will show that our state values the health and safety of all of its students, including charter public school students. Public charter school students deserve the same access to this grant like any other public school. And lack of reliable facility fundings means that when our buildings are in need of upgrades, public charter schools are then forced to choose between using money that's intended for classroom instruction and staffing to make the fix, or delay repairs, and then we just see compounding issues. Elm City Prep is a recent example of this, as we had some issues with our heating system this last winter. We needed to make the urgent repairs because the trade-off would have been either our kids not coming to school because it was too cold, or having kids learn in their coats. Every student in Connecticut should be guaranteed a safe, clean learning environment. And right now, thousands of Black and Brown and low-income students are being denied equal opportunity at those basic rights. Thank you so much for hearing me today. I appreciate being in this space.
And thank you, Charmaine, for your testimony. Any questions for Charmaine? Seeing none, again, Charmaine, thanks for your advocacy. Next up, we have Maria Serrana from New Haven Public Schools. Won't you press that button to turn that on for me, please?
Okay, thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Senator McCrory, Representative Curry is not here, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Maria Serrana, a resident of New Haven. I am a public educator, a parent of a public high school student, John Carlos Moser, who is the student representative in the New Haven Board of Education. And I am here to support House Bill 5348, an act concerning paraeducators. I began working as a long-term substitute teacher in 2015, as a paraeducator in 2022, and as a 5th grade teacher under the DSAP program in the spring of 2023. At present, I'm a long-term substitute teacher and in the process of getting my elementary teaching certification at Sacred Heart University, ensuring that our hardworking and competent teacher assistants receive not only decent living wage to afford the rising cost of living, but also be fairly compensated for their contribution to the education of our children is at the core of our campaign for social and racial justice. Majority of our assistant teachers in New Haven are women of color and single parents just like me. There are over 400 paraeducators in New Haven, and more than half of them have college degrees and a handful with master's degrees. I know someone with a JD and another with an MD from her country of origin. In short, paraeducators are not grossly underpaid because they lack proper education to qualify the professional wage. I had completed a coursework for Master's of Science in Environmental Education and acquired 18 units of education courses toward a certificate to teach elementary school when I was hired as a paraeducator in the self-contained special education classroom in New Haven in 2022. And yet I was hired with an annual compensation of just over $24,000. I was told that custodial workers are paid much higher despite the absence of higher education requirement that just as in my case, allowed me to accumulate tens of thousands of dollars in student debt. In September 19, 2023, the Hartford Courant reported that according to the federal poverty level, a metric with roots going back 60 years, a family of 4 is impoverished if it earns only $30,000 a year. More than 70% of our paraeducators in New Haven are receiving less than $30,000 a year. Therefore, majority of our paraeducators live impoverished life, and that's not a secret. It is then a moral imperative for those in a position of greater power to do something about this grave injustice. House Bill 5348 is a step towards social justice and public education in Connecticut, providing service training, healthcare subsidy, and most importantly, raising the annual wage to $45,000 base will give paraeducators the ability to live a better life than at present, such as not having to work 2 or 3 jobs after school just to make both ends meet. This would encourage many to pursue a path towards becoming certified teachers, just like I am able to do. Many of our classrooms lack highly trained and dedicated teachers, but many of the dedicated paraeducators are already in these classrooms as long-term subs. All they lack is a training and certification process. Our paraeducators, therefore, can be an immediate solution to the problem of teacher shortage in the state. Thank you very much for your time and hope you pass House Bill 5348.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you for your testimony. So Maria, you started off as a para in 2021, was it, did you say?
I started as a substitute teacher in 2015.
2015.
And because of the paraprofessionals who've been helping me, I was inspired to pursue education, and then I went to grad school. And then I became a para in 2022.
Okay.
But I came from the Philippines. I actually have been teaching college students back in the University of the Philippines.
Okay.
And the only reason I can afford to go to school is because in the summer, I actually teach at Yale, the Yale summer session.
Right.
So I see a lot of my friends, I ask them, why don't you get certified? And they're like, Maria, we're working 2-3 jobs. So how do we afford that? And even in my case, I still have tens of thousands of student debt, and there's no way they can do that.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, I'm glad you decided to go into the field of education. I saw how you love it so much. It's a great field, the most rewarding field to be in. Started as a substitute teacher, as a para, you're on your pathway about 3, 4, 5 years. You're gonna be the superintendent somewhere. I can just see it. So I'll continue your pathway, and we support you. Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you again. Next up, Annie Castro, followed by Jennifer Bates, followed by Barbara Sanford.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Members of the Education Committee. My testimony is in regards to SB 286, an act concerning early childhood care and education, and in particular, offering Care for Kids funding for early childhood educators. I've been working as a teacher in an early learning center since 2012. Throughout the years, I've worked full-time at the center, and I've also taken classes at community college to continue to get my degree in early childhood education. I have chosen this field as my career, and I hope to continue as long as possible. I am also a mother to a toddler. I'm pregnant with my second child. Close to my entire paycheck goes directly back to the center where I work and where my son attends. Next year, when my baby's born, I'm not sure what will happen. I don't make enough money to send both of my children to school, and therefore I cannot afford to work. I'm extremely lucky to work at a high quality center, but with that becomes a high cost of tuition. I feel that as a teacher of the center, my own children should be able to experience the same level of care that I am providing to other families. Passing this bill would change so many people's lives. We already know that we're in a crisis in regards to hiring and retaining staff. In quality early childhood education centers, passing this bill would be a step in maintaining staff that is needed to continue on with the work that we do and ensure that all children have access to quality childcare. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for being so patient, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Annie? Seeing none, again, thank you, Annie, for your testimony and your advocacy, and you have a great afternoon. Next up, we have Jennifer Bates. Jennifer, not in person. She's online. All right, Jennifer, you have it. It's your floor. You're on mute, Jennifer.
There you go. All set. Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, Representative McCarty, Senator Berthel, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Jennifer Bates, and I've been a special education teacher at Elizabeth Green School in Newington for 25 years. It has been an honor and a privilege to work in such an outstanding district for the duration of my career. I testify today in support of the Senate Bill 287, an act concerning indoor air quality in schools. I would first like to thank you for continuing your work toward improving the indoor air quality for educators and students in all of our schools. This matter is of great importance to me. 2 years ago, I began having significant breathing issues at work. I've undergone breathing assessments, allergy testing, additional blood work to isolate the issue. I've had to consult a variety of doctors, from primary healthcare professionals to now specialists. This afternoon, I actually had to take time off of work to attend a doctor's appointment to meet with a pulmonary specialist to try to help address these issues. An appointment which, again, took time out of my school day and work with children. I've had a considerable increase in respiratory illnesses. This school year alone, I've had 3 respiratory illnesses since October, the most recent of which developed into pneumonia and required extensive treatment, medication, along with extended time off from work. This is something I never faced prior to the last few years. These breathing issues are also non-existent when I'm not at work. Newington has done their best to support my needs. I recognize these issues are much larger than one district can tackle on its own. Like many districts throughout Connecticut, several buildings are large and old and susceptible to air quality issues. My building has visible signs of water damage in many areas. The district is always responsive to fixing the issues as they come up, but it seems like a never-ending battle to combat the causes behind poor air quality in our schools. If we want our educators to be able to provide the best possible education to students, and if we are to want our students to learn and grow to their fullest potential, the air we breathe each and every day needs to be clean. I want to thank you again for continuing your work to improve indoor air quality for our schools. This bill demonstrates a true commitment to the health and well-being of the teachers and students in our schools. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Bob? Go ahead, Jim. Representative McCarthy.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask Jennifer. Jennifer, did you submit any testimony?
I did, yes.
Okay, I'm just looking for it.
In
but
writing? Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer.
Right, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Jen. Up next, Barbara Sanford, followed by Joe Purnell, followed by Katie Kolomokia. Barbara's no Barbara. Joelle, you're up.
Good afternoon. My name is Joelle Perna. I am a parent at Brass City Charter School in Waterbury, Connecticut. I am here speaking today in support of HB 5347. Charter schools are also public schools and should be included in the HVAC indoor air quality program for public schools. They should be given the same access to this grant as any other public school because all children deserve clean, safe, and healthy classrooms. Charter schools have historically been grossly underfunded. Not being provided funding for facilities, for example, puts the charter schools in a financially difficult position. They have to make impossible decisions about whether to use the funds they have for classroom instruction to make the repairs or to delay the repairs altogether. Either option will only make it more difficult for the schools. It will create another issue they have to try and tackle. Every student should be able to learn in a clean and safe environment that includes the air they breathe. As a parent, the most important thing in my life is my children. Their safety and well-being are at the top of the list. Clean, fresh air should be mandatory for all students. That includes the teachers and staff as well. Not having the proper air quality could lead to health issues and disruptions during the school day. Students should be able to stay focused on their learning. In closing, I ask that you please support HB 5347 and ensure all children can have clean air at school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Questions? Seeing none. Next up, again, thank you, Joe. Katie.
Hi, good evening.
Hello, Katie. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Oh, absolutely chipper. You're the last person.
Yeah. I am Katie Calamonico. I've been a teacher at a wonderful community called The Nest for 10 years. And I'm testifying today in support of SB 286, specifically Section 2 regarding Care for Kids for Educators. This affects me personally because in addition to being an educator, I'm a parent of a preschooler and now a newborn. I am so passionate about my work educating young children, and this is my chosen career. And now that I'm a parent of two, I'm put in a difficult financial position. I can't afford to send my children to the high caliber program that I work for and believe in. My family does not qualify for Care for Kids. There should not be a huge financial barrier for an early childhood educator or any family to be able to send their children to high quality schools. I love what I do. I'm great at what I do, and I want to work. And I know the value I bring to this field that is struggling to retain quality educators, in part due to poor wages. Your support of SB 286 would be life-changing for my family and so many families like mine. I would be able to afford the important foundation of a quality, engaging care environment for my children, while I continue to pursue my passion for teaching and bring home income to my family. The wage increases and Care for Kids subsidies for teachers outlined in SB 286 could be a significant step in incentivizing qualified educators to stay in early childhood ed, while drawing more passionate people into this field and in turn creating even more opportunities for quality early childhood care for all. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, I believe we have one more individual from the public that want to testify. Is that Rebecca? Rebecca Austin.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and distinguished members of the Connecticut General Assembly's Education Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to testify in regard to SB 287, an act concerning indoor air quality in schools. My name is Rebecca Austin, and I'm the founder and CEO of RA United Enterprises, a certified women-owned business that provides solutions for indoor air quality. In May of last year, the CDC updated its indoor air quality recommendations to encourage at least 5 air changes per hour in occupied public buildings. This standard is especially important for schools, as studies consistently show that improved air quality not only leads to better health by reducing asthma and removal of mold spores, but also improved cognition, lower absenteeism, and better math and reading scores. As such, I encourage Connecticut to set aside a small portion of the existing indoor air quality grant program to help more schools install portable air purifiers that meet the standards of the existing guidance from the State Department of Administrative Services. Specifically, an allocation of $15 million would allow more than 300 Connecticut schools to opt in to receive air purifiers. This is a figure that is based off of 306 Connecticut schools, which responded affirmatively to a survey sent by our company. While it's true that even more schools may have interest over time, this initial allotment could be utilized to demonstrate interest and could be allocated based on either Title I or Alliance District data to ensure initial funds are sent to schools in an equitable manner. The state could administer this air purifier program utilizing existing state vendors such as Grainger, Safeware, or MSC Direct, all of which have agreements with the National Association of State Procurement Officials, including statewide contracts in Connecticut. This would allow for quick and easy implementation and satisfy any need for an RFP or bid. Air purifiers are complementary to modern HVAC systems, which improve air quality to an extent, but do not continually turn over the air to meet CDC recommendations and are used less in certain seasons. And unlike complex HVAC installations, air purifiers can be shipped directly to schools and installed the same day, reaching CDC compliance and removing harmful airborne particles, including mold spores, in just 1 hour of runtime. Finally, an air purifier set aside could do something else that's complementary to HVAC, help gather critical data on the HVAC needs of Connecticut schools. Any schools receiving air purifiers could be required to first report on building age, existing HVAC systems, and recent upgrades. In this way, an air purifier program would both begin improving air quality in schools right away, while also helping Connecticut get more schools into the pipeline for new or upgraded HVAC. We know this model works, and that's because our company is currently working with 18 other states which have already implemented similar air purifier programs at a state agency level. In total, our work has already helped install more than 1 million air purifiers across the country. Cleaner air for our students is an investment in their health, their learning, and their futures. I encourage you to consider this proposal as an immediate contribution to safe learning environments. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Rebecca, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Rebecca? Seeing none. Rebecca, you are listed as our last public voice. However, is there someone out there who didn't get an opportunity to express their concerns at the state capitol today in this education committee? Please come forward and express your concerns right now. I see no one in-house. I see no one on the computer. My colleague, co-chairs, do you see anyone or do you have any closing comments?
No, I would just say, are we ready to adjourn the public hearing?
I think we are.
Okay, so for folks, for members who are listening or those that we will reach out to, we're going to adjourn the public hearing. I will now reconvene the committee meeting, hold votes open until 6 p.m., at which time the committee will adjourn. So again, we are during the public hearing, we have reconvened the committee meeting. We're holding votes open until 6 p.m. on Zoom or in person. You can find us here in 1E or at Jazz's desk, but we will reach out to those members who we still need votes for. We are in recess. Thanks, y'all.